Hey guys, welcome to my channel, AquaStarGoddess. If you're new here, definitely subscribe, hit the bell so you can get notifications each and every time I upload a new video, and smash the like button. Didn't think this through, I guess. My device is at 5%. It's about to expire. Let's see if we can change the scenario. So that we can charge it. Yes. Hi, welcome. How have we been? Hopefully we're doing good. Okay. Let's try this. Okay, I'm rigging some stuff real quick, so bear with me. Sorry. I thought she was ready to go, but she had 5%. And that's just, kind of the daily life around me, with devices, not charged. Alrighty, so welcome to my channel, AquaStarGoddess. If you're new here, definitely subscribe. Hit the bell so you can get notifications when I upload new videos, and smash the like button. We are gonna go ahead and shuffle the deck. Doing the tarot reading. Find out what's going on in the energies. It is, what is it? It's June 14th. What is that? Gemini season. So it's currently Gemini season. Let's look and see if we can pinpoint the moon cycle. Because I would not be honest with you if I told you I've been keeping up with it. I haven't. Okay, but we can look. We can look at the app once it downloads. Okay, let's look at the app right now. Oh, we're in a new moon. What? No, don't do that. It is literally a new moon right now. Wow. Today at 11:07 p.m. it is a new moon, which is wonderful, actually. It's a great time to set intentions for your next little bit. Let me see if I can find out in Gemini. Okay, so new moon in Gemini tonight. Okay, so yeah, set those intentions for what you're wanting to see come into fruition for this moon cycle. Actually, that feels really good that I have come into this reading on a new moon. It's basically a new cycle, right? It's going to be a new month, even though it's the middle of June. But walk with me here, walk with me. Okay, based upon the moon cycle, this is pretty good. I feel good about this. I feel like this is like a new beginning. We've got all kind of things going on. There's a boycott happening with the Asians, okay? Because, girl, they got mouthy, okay? They got mouthy, okay? They start popping off at the mouth, and, it just is what it is. All right, they're gonna be a little bit disappointed, okay? Because that five of cups is here, unfortunately. And I feel like, obviously this is not going to apply to each and every person, because each and every person is not a racist, but many of them did come out and show their ass. So damn, it sucks, but we are what we are. And let's see what the new moon in Gemini is going to bring for us. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and pull on based on that information. And I think maybe it might be a good idea for us to also look at some astrology, if you're good with that. I got a little bit of time to spare, so let's get into it. All right. First card that comes up is the Five of Cups. Five of Cups represents disappointment. When I was talking about the Asians, that was literally, that's literally the card that came out, okay, about the Asian boycott. Interestingly enough, bottom of the deck, we do have the Knight of Swords. This could represent stubborn energy. This can also represent charging back towards something. I feel like this is like, but nope. See, look, underneath that, interesting. A lot of air energy here, a lot of mental energy, a lot of thinking energy, a lot of air energy going on here. I feel like this could be energy of being like stubborn, but this can also be the energy of being like charging towards something stubbornly. And then I feel they're going to be met with the Sword of Justice. That's very interesting that the Queen of Swords is to meet that, is meeting this. See how this knight is going in this direction, and it's being met with the Queen of Swords, okay? Which means that you will be fair, you will be just, you will be dealt with according to, okay, the laws of the universe, which is righteousness, okay? So, and it doesn't require, this is the thing about righteousness. Righteousness does not require religion. And a lot of people get that mixed up. They get that messed up. You know, they think that morality, righteousness, having the ability to live according to the laws of nature, that requires some sort of religious backing or some religious belief system. And it does not require a religion, because many people are innately moral, innately have this built-in system of kind of like a natural way of being. So anyway, I feel like what we're looking at here, this is about the Asian boycott. They're going to be met with some justice here. So there's going to be a little bit of justice that comes out of this, which is actually a good thing for certain communities. Okay, there's going to be finding some balance in this piece. Okay, it's a new time, it's a new day. Okay, it's a new world in this bitch. All right, and I feel that some people are actually going to find themselves trapped in their own kind of misconduct, if that makes sense. So, ooh, interesting. Hey, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. And I'm seeing all sorts of energy that's just kind of an indication. Hey, Cat Goddess, kind of an indication that, you know, you're going to reap what you sow, you know? So, child, okay, goodness, Jesus. Goodness, Jesus. So, but at the end of the day, you know, chickens, hens coming home to roost. It's kind of where we are. You know what I'm saying? We're at a time period and a time frame where that is what's happening on a collective global scale even. Okay. So I'm seeing that's what's happening. Now that was kind of, I was shuffling and I was talking about the boycott that's going on. So that's the energy that's coming out about that. Let's move forward. Okay. Because we don't need to stay there. That's not our only focus. That's not the only energy that we need to understand. So welcome. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's good to see you, or thank you for tuning in, Cat Goddess. How are you? Hopefully you are doing well. I'm just going to go ahead and light this candle here and light this incense so we can get the mood right. You know, we're going to set the mood, set the tone. Okay. All right, Spirit, clear and concise messages. I want to know, what is it that we need to know as a collective? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I'm doing good. Just, you know, kind of the regular thing. The Wheel of Fortune is here. The terms fortune will come to those who have waited. There's so much coming out. Something to the effect of those who have been held from their own fortune the fortune will return. This is interesting because I didn't even look at the bottom of the deck, but the Four of Pentacles is here at the bottom of the deck. And keep in mind, the Four of Pentacles can represent like holding over of something, holding something tight to your chest, keeping something, reserving something for yourself. So it's really feeling like the energy of basically wealth will return to its right places. Those who have been kept or held from their wealth will get their wealth. So let's just say, for instance, let's say you were, you know, you were supposed to inherit a trust that had actual funds in it for you. But let's just say someone else was the executor of that trust, and maybe they misappropriated funds within that trust. Okay. Well, you're going to be getting your trust back, and you're going to be getting back what was owed to you, basically. So that's what's coming out here with this message, which is very, very interesting message here, especially considering that I was kind of targeting just a message, general message for like the current space and energy that we're in, which we are now today at 11 something tonight. We're going to be in the new moon in Gemini. And we know that we just went through a bunch of Pluto and Aquarius shifts, not too far from a few months ago. A lot of shifts have happened planetarily. So this is a very interesting outcome there. And another thing that's been coming to me as far as like download wise is about the timeline. So, you know, we kind of spoke about timelines shifting some time ago, but I didn't keep the topic going. So I had a conversation about timelines with you guys multiple times, probably twice, 2 or 3 times, but I never really elaborated upon them, nor did I ever go into detail about what was occurring within those timeline shifts. So I have just been kind of documenting mentally and internally the actual shifting that's been going on with the timeline. And what I felt was occurring within the last few months is the attempt to collapse timelines into a specific outcome or a specific timeline. However, and there's been some grounds made to that occurring. Okay, so there's been some strong efforts being made. Okay, on the villain side, right? But it's not going to go as they intend for it to go. So the timeline will continue to progress forward as we continue to move forward, because it's just time for a shift, right? A shift is necessary at this particular juncture in time. So for those of you that have been kind of like getting downloads about timelines or concerned about the timelines and jumping and it going into a negative timeline for you, I don't think you really have that much to worry about, because all those things are shifting, and things are being dismantled, chaos is happening, it's like ruin is amok. But at the same time, the outcomes of everything that is occurring will have to be like rightly placed. And what I mean by that is it's like the universe is seeking balance right now. And the universe, even though there are some energies that are trying to maintain like a specific pull towards a certain direction, if that is not where balance actually lies, then they will not be able to do it. It's like trying to fight against the universe. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't fight the universe. Like you can try, okay? You can try. And a strong effort has been made. Okay, a strong devious effort has been made, but yeah, you can't fight the universe. Okay. You can't fight the universe. And so I think that is kind of an important message that needed to come through. What else do we have here? Yeah, so things are being returned to their right places. Fortune that has been misplaced, misappropriated, stolen, transferred will be kind of like back. So I've been hearing a lot of people talking also about like a wealth transfer. So basically a wealth transfer, or like a shifting in the dynamics of how wealth is distributed. Okay. So that's very interesting, considering that there is the very topic before this, we were talking about this sort of Asian boycott that's going on within the Black American community, right? And it's due to, um, improper, inhumane treatment, right? Lack of humanity, lack of just basic human decency and common respect. But that is going to also be sort of the outcome of that event as well. So there's that. Okay, interesting. Let's look at this on a different scale. Spirit, tell me more about this Wheel of Fortune. Oops, sorry, I dropped the cards here. Let's see. The Hierophant is here. It's like I'm feeling the topic or energy of like morality, okay? Something about morality, something about righteous or rightly done. Does that make sense? Like something in that region where it's like a innate moralistic natural law of life type of thing that's going to occur, or that is occurring, that will maintain or um keep the balance, or that's going to be the outcome. Here I am seeing the 6 of chalices along with the Ten of Pentacles and the Lovers card. So this is an interesting piece here as well. You know, the six of cups can talk about nostalgia. This could be you or someone thinking nostalgically about, you know, maybe some past situations, past events, past friendships, past connections or whatever. Or just thinking about a time or a situation or a scenario or a feeling. You know, it doesn't have to be a specific person. It could be just an energy that, you know, that you might be kind of nostalgic about or reminiscent about. This could even be a past energy, past person, something of the past. I feel though this is really like a connecting happening, because in the Six of Cups card we have this energy where the one is giving flowers to the other, and it's like a very innocent thing because these are little children. Like they look like children anyway, right? So when you see children, you know, I see children anyway. I have a tendency to what is that? Correlate that to innocence, right? That's how I see children. I see children as being innocent, you know. So um, I have a sense. There's a sense of innocence here with this offering that is occurring, because behind. And now I got to show y'all my card so y'all can understand why I'm looking at it like this. Hold on. Okay, just ignore the mess. All right. So if you can see here, I've got the Six of Chalices, Six of Cups with the ten of what's that? Ten of Pentacles, right? And then the Lovers card, right? But see how right behind these two cards there is the Page of Pentacles, and then also these other two cards here. We've got the Wheel of Fortune and the Hierophant. But the Page of Pentacles is the card that I'm about to kind of discuss in this very moment. So the Page of Pentacles is kind of like an offer, right? Like it's kind of like giving of something, an offer of something. It's like, and I feel like it's a genuine offer as well, because the Page of Pentacles is kind of, it's a royal card, right? But it's also one of those cards that is like unencumbered by. So the page gives me the card. It's like a, I won't say the innocence, but because we have the Six of Cups here, it is kind of an innocence, right? But the page is like a youthful energy, right? The page is always going to give that youthful energy because it's young, right? It's not a queen, it's not a king, it's a young folk. It's a jit, right? It's a jit for sure. Okay. The thing about a jit is that a jit is going to be unequivocally, unencumbedly itself, right? Like it is going to be itself no matter how you know, benign, no matter how arrogant, no matter how prideful, no matter how silly, stupid, naive, whatever it might be, silly, no matter what it is. This, you know, they're not say that it has to be any of those things specifically, but whatever you are when you are at the page stage, okay, because you have not a lot of experience in life, like you don't have that much experience in life. You don't have any adversity, okay? You don't have any you know, true successes at this point. So you are literally just an unencumbered being that is literally a non-altered state, right? The non-altered state of yourself at the page stage. That's what you are. So if you were an arrogant kid, you know, once you get to this page stage, you're just an arrogant adolescent or whatever the fuck, you know, the sign there it is. That's what I'm giving here. So the page is giving of itself in a unadulterated, unaltered, completely genuine and authentic place of itself, whatever that may be, right? And it can be anything. It could be you could be, you know, at a page that you could be a genuine person, you could be a sweet person, you could be mean as hell, okay? You could be arrogant as hell, okay? You could be somebody who think you know everything and don't know shit because you ain't never been through shit, right? Like you could be any of those things. You could be totally prideful. You could be anything at this stage. But the thing about being at that stage specifically is that because you have not really experienced life, you have not experienced much in life, whatever it is that you are, you're a lot of it, right? Like you're that unencumbered, you are that without, what is the right words? My words are like failing me. You are going to be that without filters. Okay. So the Six of Cups is here, the Ten of Pentacles here, and the Lover's card is here. This is a genuine offer. Okay. It's a Page's offer though, right? So if it's a Page's offer, that means that it's not a mature offer. So it's not going to come with, you know, the king status. It's not going to come with the queen status offer, but it is going to be a genuine offer, right? Because that's what the Page of Pentacles represents. It represents an offer. As you can see, he's holding something up as to give something, okay, as to give or to offer. So there is some sort of an offer coming in. It is genuine. It is innocent. The potential intention is for the Ten of Pentacles and the Lover's card, which means that this is about, so Lover's card can represent obviously love, you know, sexual energy. It could be love, the actual, you know, feeling of love, emotion of love. It can also represent the communication as well. So keep in mind, because the Lover's card represents Gemini, Gemini represents communication. We are in the Gemini new moon tonight. So this is all about communication. It's all Mercury energy, okay? Mercurial energy. So I feel like there is communication coming in a couple ways. So there is a love communication coming through for somebody. This is also a money communication as well. This is a communication of wealth, inheritance, very much inheritance, with the Hierophant being here, with the Page of Pentacles being here. There is some sort of inheritance that is coming in. Somebody's coming into an inheritance. And I feel that it's going to be significant. I do feel that it's going to be very significant because of the fact that we have the Wheel of Fortune specifically, which is the card of fortune. It's the card that represents, you know, all fortune, all abundance. And then we do also have the Ten of Pentacles, which could be about family. It could be about family wealth as well. So this could be like old money. What else do we have here? We have communication, the card of communication. Let's see what's at the bottom of the deck here, because I want to just make sure I've got all my details here. The Moon card, hidden. So this is like an inheritance from somebody, or like this is a love offer or an inheritance from somebody that has not shown their hand. So they have not, like, you know, when you play a deck, you know, when you play cards and stuff, right? You know what I mean? Like when you play in spades with your family and stuff. Now I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I know how to play spades. I just don't know if I'm good at it. I'm being like genuinely honest. Like I know how to play spades. I just don't know if I'm good at it or not. I don't think I'm terrible at it, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know if I'm good or not. It's not like I know I'm that, you know, that spades player. I don't know if I'm that girl when it comes to spades. You know? Okay, I'm gonna just leave it there. Anyway, you know, when you're playing cards, you got your hand, right? And you don't show anybody. But sometimes you might, you know what I mean? You might show a couple people, whatever. I feel like this is the energy of something or someone who has not shown their hand at all. So this could be somebody who has hidden wealth. Maybe they lived in a meager, you know, accommodations. Accommodations is basically they lived in the house. All they needed. All I need is a 2-bedroom house. I mean, all it is me and you, and I need an office and a bedroom. That's it. So this might be somebody who did not live like they were rich. They did not live like they had all the money that they do have, but they do have it, right? A lot of older generations live like, a lot of the older generations do live like that. So like if you might have like grandparents, great grandmas, great aunties or whatever, a lot of them live like that. A lot of them will have like a stack of cash in the closet. They got all kind of money, you know what I'm saying? Or they have properties in different locations that they just didn't talk about. Like it wasn't nobody's business. First off, so let's start there. It's not your business what properties I have, right? But a lot of our ancestors really live like that. They live like where they have money in a closet under the bed somewhere or in some sort of safe, that it was there for emergency, or it was there for if I absolutely had to use it. Otherwise it's there for, you know, for something, for a rainy day, for the future, for whatever, right? But I feel like this is that type of environment, that type of situation where somebody has wealth, they have money, they have access to capital, they just don't use it frivolously. And I feel like this is an inheritance that somebody is coming into. Someone also will be inheriting love in a relationship. It's going to be a hidden situation. Maybe somebody who has been hung up on something, kind of waiting for something to come through. Maybe this person specifically, or this energy specifically, has been a ghost. I mean, this is kind of interesting because it's kind of giving that vibe of like, I said that we were looking at the Six of Cups, like this past energy, past relationship, past connection stuff. Keep in mind, this doesn't have to be about love. It doesn't have to be about some past person coming through, some person that you've known in this life. It could be a past life person, somebody that you knew from another lifetime that you ain't met back yet in this lifetime, right? So, you know, take all of that with a grain of salt, but also know that it could also reference other things, such as we're talking about money and inheritance, okay? So let's see, hidden, the moon card, hidden, clarity will be brought forth. Yeah, this is something that's just like underneath the surface too. Okay, something that's just not, it's not common knowledge, you know? It's not publicized, you know? It's not everybody's business. It ain't nobody's business, for real. Okay? All right, let's see what else the cards want to say to us, because I feel like I've gotten a lot from that. Spirit, tell me what else there is. The Three of Swords is here, and the Three of Swords is pain, heartbreak. This could even represent like third-party energy, and we did just see the Moon card, right? We did just see the Moon card. So what is this referencing? What is this talking about? All right, I hope you're not inheriting a third-party situation, because Lord, no, we're not taking that, Spirit. We're not taking that. Shuffle again. I'm gonna leave the Three of Swords there because it can represent physical pain also, right? Like this can represent potentially lower back pain is what I'm feeling. Also stomach ache as well. And I'm getting so somebody might be trying to come back after being heartbroken elsewhere. This is what I'm seeing here. So he just said it. It's okay to tell the nigga not tonight. It's okay to turn your phone off. That's what he just said. Oh, he said you're safe here now. Okay, see. So somebody trying to max somebody down. That's what's going on here. So this could be some old person, you know, some old situation, old scenario. Now keep in mind, this might even be like a new person, new connections with the same old vibes, right? Like same old vibes from the past situation because your ass didn't learn back then, right? Like you know what I'm saying, okay? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. What I mean is when you don't learn from the past situation or past scenarios, you'll run right back into them. You know, history repeats itself when you don't learn from it, right? So that's what I'm saying. It could be a new face, new person, new name, all that. New location. Same situation though. Look just like the last situation, last raggedy ass situation. Why? Because you didn't learn from the last situation. Maybe you didn't learn to see that you had love in front of you. Maybe you didn't learn to see that what you had in front of you was good. You know, here's the thing about that. Like, you know, I've been transitioning out of my 20-year marriage, right? And I find myself thinking about that from time to time. Like, you know, did I appreciate the situation enough? Did I appreciate my partner enough? Did I appreciate the connection enough? And so those are things that I think about, even though I know that where I stand, I know that I did what I could do for the relationship and throughout the relationship. I really did, right? But I also do still don't want to end up being the person that takes the people that I love for granted, right? And so that's really important for me to kind of to think about, to take my time to look at the situations, the scenarios, account for my behaviors, my good and my bad behaviors, and take assessment to understand where did I fall within those, you know, within those scenarios. And so even though I know the reason for the end of this relationship is not even really about all of that, I did, do some things, but at the end of the day, I know that I gave quite a bit to the connection, right? So even though I don't feel at fault, I don't feel like I ultimately was the person who did the wrong, I still want to take a look at, where did I maybe take things for granted, or did I take things for granted, or is there something that I could have done better, right? Because at the end of the day, you never want to go into future connections, future situations, or future scenarios with the same old mindset if you did make mistakes, right? And that's just how I think personally. Everybody is not going to think like that, but that's just how I look at things, right? So why I'm saying this is because I feel that when it comes to your relationships and your connections, if you don't learn from your past mistakes or from past situations, and sometimes it's not even past mistakes that you made that were overt, they could have been little things. Like maybe you gave too much in a relationship and you didn't allow that person to give to you, right? You didn't allow that person to step up and to make efforts toward the connection. And so that's where you went wrong. You went wrong by over giving, right? And I know sometimes that may seem like what, but the universe, and this is something I mentioned earlier, the universe is going to seek balance regardless to what it is, right? And so right now we are in a great universal shift of seeking balance within scenarios. And what we were just talking about, which was a wealth transfer, aka also an inheritance. What we are also talking about, we're not just talking about financial inheritance, financial money, money. We're also talking about love, relationships, connections, connectedness between the people. And when we are talking about the connectedness, we have to also recall whatever it is that we may be inheriting. Maybe we're inheriting things from our family members that we didn't even realize we were inheriting, right? Maybe, so like my family, they all got married, right? Like everybody's married. All of my predecessors are married, got married, was married, had marriages, okay? That was the thing. You know what I mean? That's what you do. You get married, right? But I noticed that there's a pattern in the relationships and how those relationships may have gone down. And I had a conversation with my mom, and she was saying something that let me know that to some degree she maybe felt like she felt like maybe I should have kept, like maybe I questioning whether or not she made the right decision, or maybe questioning, not particularly questioning it, but feeling maybe like remorse that she didn't continue on in a relationship that just was not functioning properly for her. It wasn't serving her, right? And so I found that interesting because my mom is not like that really, right? And I found that very interesting because as she was thinking about those things, or talking to me about those things, I was equally saying, no, don't feel that way. Like in my mind, I'm like, no, don't feel that way, right? But I recognized a pattern when she was talking about that conversation that I believe probably was in that was one of the curses that I had to break, right? Which is staying too long, or staying in a scenario that's not benefiting you longer than the expiration date. That's my thing. Like that's my lesson for sure. But I think that it wasn't just me that went through that. I'm pretty sure that it was also past predecessors. My grandmother, my mom, my maybe great grandma might have gone through similar situations in which they stayed in relationships and connections for too long. That relationship ain't serving you no more, right? And my grandma, maybe not so much. My grandma got married 3 times. Okay, she was, she must have been, she was, excuse me, what? She probably was, quick to get out of here. I'm done with you, nigga, right? But the point that I'm trying to make is this: that sometimes we looking at our relationships and our connections, and we're maybe not looking at the full scope of everything, right? And sometimes you may be going into similar situations in the future because you're not recognizing your own value in that scenario or in that situation. Okay. A conversation that we're kind of having as a collective is the concept of narcissistic abuse, not only just within relationships and connections, but within structures, hierarchy, the hierarchical structures that we have set up and in place in our society are all pretty much based in narcissism. The system of patriarchy. Okay, there's the system of religion, the system of a hierarchy, a hierarchical scale of religion and belief systems that says that, oh, you have to do this or that, or else you'd be condemned, right? And it's not even what those people that are preaching these things actually follow, right? That's narcissism, right? Connections between men and women in relationships where the man tries to maybe hold over the woman's head the things that he does, and as opposed to recognizing that in a relationship we're a partnership, and I can't do all the jobs or all the things, and neither can you. We have to partner together for those things to occur. But you can't hold things over my head and then expect me to want to continue to be in that same scenario, because it's going to change how I even feel about being in the position where you could say those things, right? So anyway, the point literally is just make sure that you're looking at the full scale, the full scope of connections and various different things, right? Because sometimes you're not even realizing that the lesson wasn't for you to, not have a relationship. The lesson was that you need to value yourself more, right? Like you need to see that you bring so much to the relationship and the connection, and that other person has to also equally, reciprocate those things. And that is a strong lesson. I gotta tell you, that's a strong lesson. That's a strong lesson. Even me, like in business, I have to learn how to charge more. You know what I'm saying? Like literally my astrology is like, girl, you need to charge more. Like you're not charging enough. Right? That's been a lesson for me, literally having that lesson. It might seem silly, but it's not because I don't value myself. It's just because I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm trying to look at it in a different, from the opposite scale. I was looking at it from the sort of, I guess, affordability scale. I don't need to be looking at it like that, because people gonna pay, they're gonna put money into what they want to buy, right? Like people gonna buy what they want to buy, and it don't matter what the price is. Okay. Sorry, let me see. Right. Okay. So Cat Goddess says, yeah, and it certainly doesn't help whenever certain practices or belief systems want to prioritize patience a little too much. Oh, it's the fruit of the spirit of it's walking in love. Oh, it's a virtue. Right. Like patience is a virtue. I grew up on that statement. Patience is a virtue. Right. Like what? And yeah, to some degree, yeah, I mean, you have to have a level of patience sometimes with certain things, but in reality, it shouldn't be waiting my whole life to see wealth. It shouldn't be waiting my whole life to be able to buy a house. It shouldn't be that. Like it shouldn't be waiting my whole life or going through a whole relationship of struggle before you act right. Absolutely not. Like what are we talking about? Like how can you build from that mindset? And that's one of the things that as women we've been discussing as well, is how some men want you to go through all the struggle. They want you to be that ride or die, right? Like they want you to basically ride through all the bullshit that they can put you through, so that they feel that you're worthy of their love. Nigga, if you didn't think I was worthy, you could have went and moved the fuck on from the beginning. We didn't have to go through all this shit. Ain't nobody got time for that. And what doesn't make sense with that is that within a relationship or a connection, you are either going to build a stronger connection or you're going to weaken the foundation of the connection. And that's going to be based upon the things that happen within that scenario. You shouldn't be challenging how far you can go and how much you can get away with. What? You should be trying to build it up strong, because at the end of the day in life, you're going to go through challenges and changes anyway. You shouldn't be stacking the odds against yourself and your relationship and your connection and your partner. Like it's just the mindset is so stupid, but that's the mindset. That's the mindset. And it's so funny to look around, because sometimes I go on binges and I watch like other cultures, like movies and stuff like that. It's not just black men, it's not just white men, it's all of them. And I don't mean all of them as every single. What I mean is there are groups There are patches of men in every group of men. Okay, black, white, Caucasian, Asian, Swasian, no, also all the persuasions. They all have a group of them that think that we should just put these women through the worst of the worst of the worst, see how strong they are. And they give you like this never, and that is a scam. Okay? And you ever see scam likely come across your phone? That's a scam. Okay? A man, wanting to put you through all this stuff so that he can see if you're oh no, that ain't it. Because when you love something, you value it, and if you don't know how to cherish things that you love, that's a problem with you. You got mental issues you need to go resolve, and stop getting in relationships with healthy people and destroying healthy people. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't understand, or because you unhealthy as hell. You know what I'm saying? You're destroying healthy, happy people who just want to love you, okay, because you're dysfunctional. So, and I want to tell y'all, it's not about just black men. They're all persuasion of men. There's a group of them that think like that think, oh, I got to put this person through the most to see how much they really love me. You don't get the fuck out of my face. Okay. And that's the reason why the Sprinkle lady talks about what she talks about, because you have to have protections for yourself. Now, I'm not saying that that's how you should operate. I mean, that's based on you, right? That's not how I operate. I operate on a system based on how you treat me. You treat me how you want to be treated. God damn it. Be clear and be sure about it too. Because I'm gonna show you how you treated me. If you didn't treat me right, you're gonna find out later. Okay. I'm gonna take time to assess you, to learn about you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give you the goodness that I have to offer. And we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out in the end how it all turns out, So anyway, let me go back on this last comment. I'm doing wonderful. How are you, babe? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. Where we start with this conversation. So this reading started off as the inheritance that's coming through, right? And so for some of y'all, with whether this is for love or money, at the end of the day, if this is about money, make sure that you are aware of how to properly put together your budgets. Make sure you're aware of how to properly spend your money, or where you should be putting your money. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that you've taken the time to learn how investments work, to make investments, right? Because you want to grow your capital. Once you have that lump sum of money, you don't want it to dwindle. You don't want to just spend it all. You want to find a way to grow it, right? And that's what family wealth does. Generational wealth and family wealth builds money. It stacks that money and stacks it and stacks it and stacks it, and continues to see it grow, not get it smaller. It's not about spending it all as quickly as you can. It's about generating sources of revenue. Okay. So, but if this is about love, keep in mind, those lessons are not always, like learning how to cherish people, learning how to do people right, learning how to love people correctly. Sometimes it's learning how to value yourself, learning that you are a valuable asset to the people that you are connected with, and that they also have a duty to you to see your worth. And if they don't, well, that's why you separate. That's why you get broken up. That's why you don't have that connection. Doesn't last for long as it could. So yeah, double-edged sword there, but it's okay. New love is coming in. We have the Ace of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Okay, girl, what you got on over there? Who got some new love coming in there? You know what I'm saying? You done went through the heartbreak. Y'all done went back and forth and stuff like that and broke your heart. And now you got new love coming in. Creative energy, healing energy. So maybe this is a healing. I mean, for some of you guys, this might be you healing old wounds. That's key. That could be healing old wounds as well. So let me see. I'm alive and I can't complain. Oh, well, hopefully I'm going to see something more. Hopefully next time, or, hopefully it's going to be a little more like just, I'm thriving. I want to see you thriving. Okay. All right. So let's see. Exactly. Same here. People who want to be in such denial about certain, I'll deny your whole existence, entire existence, or that you were even a part of my world won't ever gain entry again. Let that haunt them. I mean, it is what it is, you know, denial about certain things, right? And I get that. And that's the thing, you know. So there's a specific scenario in my life that I had, you know, dealt with a person where I feel like this person was unable to look at themselves and unable to take account of their own behaviors to understand why other people behave how they behave. Right? So that's why I was telling you guys from earlier, like, you know, even though I know why, you know, my 20-year long marriage has come to where it's come, even me, I'm taking the time to look at, you know, where I could have done better or stuff like that. Because even though I know that there's a lot, I know that I did all that I could, right? I still also feel that obviously it takes two to tango always, right? So I still take a look at where I could have been better, where I could have done, you know, done things differently. But at the end of the day, people are who they are. And they're gonna do what they're gonna do. And relationships are never one-sided, right? Like, they're never one-sided. There's always two people who make decisions, and those decisions cause the both of them. They cause an effect between the both of them. So, yeah. Hey, Coco. Safety and singlehood. Right. So I did mention that a little bit, like, you know, instead of taking a look at this scenario in its entirety, don't just get caught being like, oh, I guess I'm just gonna be single forever. Well, maybe you need to look at yourself a little bit too, right? Because, like, okay, maybe you're not valuing yourself enough. Maybe you're not making the people that you're with value you enough, right? Or the opposite, you know, maybe you're not valuing them enough. Maybe you know what I mean? You're not taking the time to get to know them. But just, I say both sides because there's always two sides to a coin, and you are on one of the sides, right? You're on one of the sides. Another thing could be, maybe you have a weakness for scumbags, right? Like, not trying to be funny, right? Like, not really not trying to be funny, but like, seriously, right? And I'm saying this because of some things that I read in my chart. So the thing about your natal chart is that if you happen to get the time wrong, it can shift like some of the details in there, right? So sometimes I was going back and forth between 9/18 and 9, I think 43 or something like that. So I was going back and forth between birth times, and I noticed that even just that small difference in time made a difference in some of the information that was coming through. Well, on one of them, and I can't remember whether it's the correct one or the wrong one, it doesn't really matter because it was like something that I could use as an eye opener for me. One of them was saying that, oh, you like to basically have, okay, you like fixer-uppers, basically. And now I'm like, hold on, what? I don't know. No. Don't put that on me. I ain't want no fixer-uppers, right? So that meant that I might choose sometimes people who need to be fixed up a little. We got to work under the engine with you. But I don't agree with that. We're not doing that. I'm sorry. That's not what we about to do. Cause you just never really know how things can get until you try, right? Like, you never know how bad things can get until you get into the shit and you realize this is too much. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't need a project. So that's one. Hold on, let me see. Coco, how you been, girl? So yeah, well, if they didn't value me at my worst, they never even deserve me anyways. I hope that really freaking haunts them eventually, right? Like, and I get that, but also, so that's a double-edged sword statement, because I made that statement probably about like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, maybe 3 years. It might have been 4 years for real. When it comes to time, unless I'm seeing it in front of me, I really don't. Okay, but I said that, and then I realized, like, regardless to how we feel about those things, which is true, it's not right or wrong, right? Like, it's not right or wrong that we feel that way, but we also have to remember that the world outside of us has a way of thinking and a way of doing things, and most of that world is very highly visual and highly vain. Okay, very shallow and very vanity driven. Okay, just want to say that real quick. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not saying that I agree. I'm just pointing that out because we have to keep that in mind as well, right? But let me see what else you said. Aquastar, after a divorce and you get to single life, it's like being a fish on land. I agree with you. No, seriously, like girl, let me tell you something. I have been minding my business, okay, and drinking my water and not minding nobody else's business, okay? All I know is that some of the things that I just hear things, people saying things on the internet about like how like dudes talking, and it's just like, this can't really be my reality. Like I just right. So I am no. My mom asked me, "Are you dating anybody?" No, I'm not. Thanks so much, but no. She's like, "Cause I know you would tell me, like you know, cause me and my interestingly enough, like even though my mom was like, I said this before, even though me and my mom had like one of them back and forth relationships, it was tumultuous, right? When we good though, like that's my girl. Like, I don't know what y'all talking about. Like that's my girl. Like what y'all just played last week, man. That's my girl. I don't know what y'all talking about, right? Like seriously, my mom always knows about like people that I'm dating. Like I always talk to my mom about like if I'm dating and stuff like that. If I'm talking to folks or whatever. So she said she's like, "You got a boyfriend?" I was like, "No." She's like, "I knew you wouldn't. Y'all knew you would. I knew I would know like if you had a boyfriend." Well, apparently my ex-husband or my almost ex-husband, you know, keeps insinuating that I'm dating somebody or whatever. So she's questioning whether or not I'm dating somebody, knowing damn well I would be talking to her about it if I was, right? Like, so, you know, but moving forward, I said that because I don't know why. Free fall without an engine, landing gonna be super scary. I don't know. I don't feel scared to date. I just feel like it's ghetto. Like there's a lot of ghetto shit happening out here. But not like I'm not gonna lie to you, like I'm not afraid to go out and date. I just don't I think we all feel the same. Don't nobody want to waste your time on bullshit. Like nobody wants to waste the time on bullshit, right? And I think it's like that for me. Like that's it and that's all. I just don't want to waste my time on bullshit. Like I could be doing better things with my time than wasting my time on some dumb shit. You know what I mean? So it really just comes down to that for me. So let me see. So because believe me, it's going to probably haunt them eventually anyway. Because we never even met, they don't exist in my world and won't ever. Hey, it is what it is, you know? But yeah, right now I got some things to focus on. Right now I'm focused on this right here. Myself, my businesses, you know what I mean? Moving things, changing things in my life to the direction that I want to. By the time I get to where I'm interested in stepping out and dating and stuff like that, I think I'm gonna have fun with it. The only thing that really bugs me is the potential serial killers out there, right? Like I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. That's the one thing. That's the worst. That's the worst fear in my mind. Cause I'm a pretty good judge of character when it comes to guys as it relates to like as it relates to whether or not this person and I will have potential time spent in the future, right? I can usually clock it real quick, like whether or not you're going to be around, whether I want you around, whether I might like you or don't like you. I'm pretty quick at clocking it, and I'm still the same way in that regard. It's usually easy, especially this generation, they don't even know how to shut up. They just talk, and the things that come out their mouth, they fall out their mouth just so easily. It's an instant dead giveaway. Like, no, this ain't gonna work, right? But that's just moving forward. Let me refocus the conversation because I feel like I don't know what we're talking about. I'm not dating right now, and I'm not even interested in dating at this moment. But when I get there, I don't think it's gonna be no big deal. My main concern is serial killers. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. That's the worst of the worst fear for me. That's the one thing where it's just like, because I heard this story. I don't know if y'all heard this story, but I heard this story. This girl who went out with this dude, right? Couple mistakes that she made. Because first off, nobody comes to my house. Okay, nobody. I used to get mad at my husband for inviting his friends to the house. Okay, like Niggas can stand outside. Like, I don't give a fuck. Right? Like, I don't like people in my house. That's just a personal thing. But I mean, like, once I get to know you, once I feel like really cool and comfortable about you, then come over. Like, you can come anytime. Like, this my house is your house type of it. Mi casa, su casa, basically. But like, initially, no. Anyway, this girl, she goes out with this dude. And I can't remember whether or not he gave her a ride home or if he followed her. If he followed her, absolutely not. Call the cops. Stop playing. But I think he gave her a ride home. And when she started to leave, like, basically he asked her if he could stay with her. Like, he asked her if he could stay the night. And she was like, okay, but you have to sleep on the couch. And so she ended up going to sleep, but she ended up locking her door. And like some hours, like after she had kind of gone to sleep and things like that, he started like knocking on her door. And because he, I guess, tried the knob and it didn't open because it was locked. Well, he starts knocking on the door and trying to get her to open up the door, and she just didn't feel right about it. So she eventually called the cops because she was like, she didn't feel good about it. Like, she just not feel comfortable. Well, come to find out, cops showed up. This motherfucker got plastic laid out on the floor and fucking tools, you know, like those saw things, those like, you know, those circular saws and all sorts of shit like that. He has this shit lined up on the floor because he's about to serial kill her, okay? That's the type of shit that bothers me, okay? Other stuff, not really. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really... Like I said, I'm pretty quick to. Usually, people don't make it to a date with me. I'm very careful. I'm very clear about like guys with specific behaviors. I have to have a conversation with you first, and I have to feel like after having a conversation with you that it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, we're not gonna get there. We're not gonna get to the point for you to get on my nerves. Like, we're not even gonna get there. You know what I mean? For you to get on my nerves. You know, if it's not gonna be worth nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? We don't even get that far half the time. So, but I'm saying, like, you know, like, that's my worry. My worry is a serial killer. Honestly, a good person to feel. So Aqua, hold on, wait a minute. Let me go. You have to take your time before you be in places where you're not guarded. No, seriously, yeah. I'm like that anyway, though. Like, seriously. But you are very sensitive. You sense energy real quick. No, that could be it. You know, that's the reason why. I'd be like, I'm at the house. I don't know. I don't need none of this. Because this generation is really, this generation of men anyway, they different because they want a lot. I ain't gonna lie to you. To me, it's like they want you to be all the things. They want you as a woman to do all the things and be all the things, and they don't want to do and be nothing. It's like, I don't even like niggas that don't got no ambition. So why is you even trying? I don't even like niggas with no ambition. Let's stop there. Let's start there. So let's see here. So honestly, a good reason to feel that way about dating and all the nonsense and drama. Like, why does people even feel they need to associate drama with passion or whatever else? I don't know. Peace is better than me. No, seriously. And that's a really important fact that you stated right there, which is, why do people feel that passion and drama have to go together? Like, seriously, right? Like, yes. Okay. But you will find that there are a lot of people that feel like it's not a real relationship unless y'all is at each other. And I'd be like, girl, nobody has time for that. I got other things I'm trying to get into. You know. I'm trying to get into them sweatpants. You know what I mean? Okay, not just that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get in them sweatpants. Not just that, but obviously, you know, I'm trying to get in them sweatpants. But, you know, I mean, I'm trying to get to the family. I'm trying to get in the cookout, too. You know what I mean? I'm trying to go to the cookout, family cookout, everything, you know. I'm trying to get in your mind and shit like that, but I'm trying to get in them sweatpants. Why do I need to get into an argument with you? I ain't trying to get into it with you. You know what I mean? Like, we're supposed to be partners. What are we doing? I can't be at it with you. We partners. You know what I mean? We partners in crime. Like, we supposed to be You know what I mean? We're supposed to be on some Bonnie and Clyde. I mean, not really. Like, I'm not trying to get shot down like Bonnie and Clyde did, right? But I'm trying to get in those sweatpants. So, like, you know, it's just a lot. It's just a lot to deal with, you know, when folks feel that drama is the relationship structure, and, you know, like, you can't have no peace. Like, you just can't chill. But also sometimes, I'm going to be real with you. Sometimes that statement is 100% true, but I also understand that sometimes the way in which you deal with a person sometimes has to be, I'll say this, you have to learn each other, right? Like, in any relationship, whether it's a friendship, a romantic relationship, all of that, you know, you have to learn each other and learn how to communicate with each other, learn the things that are your boundary. Like, nobody's just automatically gonna know your boundaries. Nobody's just gonna automatically know the things that bother you or hurt you, or you know what I mean? And I don't feel like it should be a forever thing. Like, it should take 100 years for you to learn these things, but it does take some time. So I just want to call out the obvious things, because you know what I noticed is that sometimes I'll get on here and I'll talk about things, and then maybe a topic that we talk about goes into another platform, or somebody else might discuss it, but it's missing all of the little other pieces. It's missing all the little bells and whistles that need to go along with it in order for the conversation to actually be of substance, right? So I just want to make sure I'm not missing out on some things, because at the end of the day, you know, when it comes to connecting with people, yes, you do have to learn your person's boundaries. Like, at the end of the day, like, you're not going to learn them unless you're around them, unless you're spending time with them, unless you get on their nerves a little bit. And I'm not saying all the time and every time, but a little bit, you know. This much. And maybe it doesn't require for you to actually get on their nerves. Maybe it's just a little quirk that they have. Like, I will tell you this, when I was so like when I first learned, like, one of Gino's quirks that I learned that was really funny for me to watch was that, so like, I would have my nails done, and when you know how you get like a paper towel and you like cleaning out your nails, I would do that, and the sound of that would really irk. It was like, you know how when you scratch a chalkboard, me cleaning out my nails was like scratching a chalkboard for Gino. Like, it was something that deep down in him was like this. It was just like, it irked him so much. And it wasn't something that I was doing intentionally. I was just sitting there cleaning my nails. Like, you know, I mean, I just ate some chicken, you know, I just ate some food, you know, some finger foods. I gotta clean my nails out, you know what I mean? And he could not. He was like, "Can you stop, please? Can you stop?" I'm like, "You good? Like, you good? Like, what's up?" And you know, that is how you learn your person, though. You just don't automatically know people. You gotta learn them. But you know, I just had to put that caveat there. Anyway, back to the cards. Back to the cards. Back to the cards. It's good to see y'all. I'm glad y'all doing well. And talking about this whole conversation is kind of interesting. I'm not even interested in dating. So it honestly seems like a huge deal breaker and a distraction for personal goals and ambitions. Wait. Which part? Right. Me and you against the world type shit. That's all I'm saying. Like, and obviously, it doesn't have to be me and you against the world, you know, but we're partners, you know. We're brothers. We're happy and we're singing and we're colored. You know, like, we're supposed to be together, working together, operating together, you know, finding a way to get ahead together. We shouldn't be in competition with each other, going after each other's throats. Like, come on, nobody got time for that. Like, who wants to live that kind of life? Okay. True, because it's like there can be more necessary drama at times. But seems like people make relationships about the wrong freaking things. Like, why does it always have to only be drama, money, and screw? Right. No, yes. No, yes. Absolutely. No, absolutely. 100% feel you and understand and get you. And I agree there. I just have to make sure I be covering my bases. You know what I mean? Like, I got to cover the bases, girl, because I feel like sometimes it'd be like, sometimes we'll have a conversation. I'll be like, they completely missed the point. Y'all totally didn't get it. Like, y'all totally missed the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is And maybe that's the thing. You know, when it comes to being in a connection or relationship, any connection or relationship, it could be a work environment type of situation. Like for instance, there's a popular conversation, and this is like this was a conversation about how people see Black women in the workplace, right? And a lot of times, being a quiet Black woman, it seems as though other people feel like that's a threat. But why is it a threat? Because I'm a Black woman who just is naturally quiet or shy or not social. Why is that a problem? I'm doing my job. Yeah, I come in on time. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. You know, why do you feel as though I have to sort of perform for you in order for you to feel like I am a suitable employee, right? So once again, that goes into learning the people that you're around, learning the people that you are working with, learning your team. Maybe Latoya is kind of shy, right? She's kind of shy or kind of quiet. Maybe she doesn't want to come to work and be about gossipy drama, stuff like that, because that's just not her type of personality, right? Like personality wise, that's just not who she is. She's not going to do that outside of work. She's not going to do it at work, right? But instead of me taking the time to learn that person and to understand that she just doesn't want to participate in drama, and instead of making scenarios in the workplace, in the work environment where she can participate comfortably, I have to look at it as though she's a problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, you see how instead of looking at it as she's a problem because she doesn't talk a lot or because she's quiet, I could find a way to involve her or to help her, you know what I mean? Or not even help her, but just a way to get to know that person, to get to know that employee on a personal level. So it doesn't even have to just be relationships as in passionate romantic relationships. It could be work relationships where people have a difficulty understanding differences, accepting those differences, allowing those differences, and learning how to work together within the space or within the understanding of those differences. Okay, let me start rambling. I feel like I'm rambling, you know? I don't screw, I don't do drama, and I make my own money, period. Point blank. Okay. Point blank. But that said, that doesn't mean that people don't try to make drama with me, though. But I just don't entertain it. There you go. He try to keep that. Things I do, you can't teach that. Yeah, you can't teach that. 5 stars on the feedback. Okay, sorry about that break. But yeah, you know how it is, guys. Like, I think sometimes also one of the things that I've noticed in connections that I have had with different people is that sometimes, depending on how you were brought up or how you were raised or whatever, sometimes people almost like, because I'm like in real life, like I talk a lot of shit, I be having fun or whatever, I'll just talk shit on TikTok or whatever. But my personality is like especially once I get to know you and stuff like that, I'm really bubbly. Like I'm really like a cheerleader in real life sometimes, right? And some groups of people find that to be either they think it's being fake or it's like they cannot understand it. That I just like to just enjoy my life. Like I'm not gonna be a grumpy. I don't want to be grumpy. I don't want to be Mr. Grumpy Pants, right? I don't want to be the grumpy hobbit, okay? All the time, anyway, because sometimes I am the grumpy hobbit, okay, and that's just what it is. Mostly when I'm hungry, okay, I'm a grumpy hobbit. It just is what it is. But so sometimes people find that to be like weird, like they don't understand it, like, and it's just like they find it to be something different. But it's just like, what, like. And then they want to try me because they think that just because I'm happy and enthusiastic that I can't also equally be just as angry and upset and pissed off and mad. It just don't make no damn sense to me. It's really interesting. So it's like they want to test you or something. What the fuck you need to test me for? Like, just enjoy my energy. Just enjoy the front of the vibe. So kind of sit back and chill. Okay? So, you know, but I'm just trying to talk about the different types of ways in which you may meet these energies that have some sort of desire to create issue with you for being who you are, you know? So, okay, so true. I don't know why people feel the need to make anything or everything you can or could think about the wrong type of stuff. I don't know. You're amazing. Love that about you. Thank you, love. Okay, so let's see here. Let me see. Did I miss anybody's comment? I don't want to miss. Y'all know sometimes I be visiting the comments. I'll be like, Aqua, read my comment. Calm down. But that said, that doesn't mean that people don't try to make drama. Right, trying to make drama. That's where we were. Angel guides, I didn't see you. Hi. Okay, so anyway, we were talking, all of that conversation kind of came from the fact that this deck or this spread right here is really about, you know, a couple things, you know, making sure that I forgot. I gotta reread the cards right here because I forgot what the read was about. Okay. Fortune coming in. I see somebody offering a fortune or offer of love, potentially in communication as well. So there's an offer of communication, love, and there's also an offer of some sort of inheritance coming into somebody. Those are two different stories, like two different scenarios. There may be some pain involved in this, but there's a Knight of Swords here to letting us know that this is like somebody's coming back towards the word is drama right now. You got Melly, was it a Melly Strain? You got the term drama in my head now. But anyway, somebody's coming back towards that pain or that heartbreak. Maybe it is to understand it. Maybe it is to come back to a scenario that kind of left you feeling heartbroken or left you feeling hurt in some way. You might be going back to something that is left back there because we got the Ace of Cups, which is all about new love, right? When we get the Ace of Cups, we usually think of new person, new situation, new scenario, which is why I also mentioned earlier, make sure that you have understood the full scope of your past relationships and past connections to make sure that you're not going into a new situation with a new face, a new person, new name, creating the same scenario as you did before. Because that can happen sometimes. Like I said, like, you know, so sometimes people have a hard time trying to understand me or place me because they want me to be in a specific type of way. But I am who I am, right? Like, I'm gonna be happy, I'm gonna be bubbly, but if you piss me off, it's gonna be a whole different story. You gonna see a new bitch, okay? And you're gonna wonder, where did this one come from? Well, you should have thought about all the things that you said to me before you said it, before I finally check you, because usually it takes a while for me to get to being upset with somebody, right? Anyway, moving forward. You know, make sure that you've taken a look at all the things that you have done and the other person has done, why you felt how you felt, and potentially why they may have felt like how they felt. And the reason for that is so that you can understand if there's somewhere in the situation where you could have done things in a better way also. I'm not asking you to take fault or accountability for things that you did not do, things that you did not say, or something that somebody else should have taken accountability for, just for the things that you've done, said that could have been better, right? That's it. Because somebody coming back or some type of scenario that looks familiar is coming back. She's 12 and I'm only 9. Was more than pretty girls like Alicia on the time. She always smile when she see me in the hallway. But when she's sweet, I get shy and don't know what to say. Okay. How cute is that? All right, so I think I've gotten a good vibe off of this reading, though. At the end of the day, what it all comes down to is learning from past scenarios, learning from past situations. And there's always something that you can gain from, you know, there's always some knowledge you can gain from a scenario, even if it was all bad. How could I have not run into that type of situation? That's a lesson right there. How did I manage to get into the situation for it to occur? It could be a 2-week connection that you didn't have with somebody, but the 2-week connection got you thinking, okay, where did I go wrong? I let this motherfucker keep talking when they first started talking to me. There you go. Don't make that mistake again. Move forward. Okay. We have the Chariot card, right? And the Queen of Wands, as well as the Star card and the Ace of Cups, all coming from the bottom of the deck. You know, this is a very auspicious energy that I'm looking at right now, and it just adds to the previous energy that was here, letting me know that there's an offer that's coming in, and it looks like a healing is happening here with this energy, which is good. That's a victory for you. That's a win. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get out. Right? And every time I step into the building, everybody else go up. You feel me? Like, this is a win type of vibe for you. Be mindful if you are single and you're not interested in dating or anything like that. This could be about money. This could also be about communication coming in as well. You know, even if it's communication, because sometimes you want closure from past situations. You want to understand what went down, like what happened. Like, we just stopped talking. Like, what happened? Like, you know, sometimes you want to understand that. How did you get there? And that might be coming through as well, but it doesn't have to be there. Just whatever resonates with you. If it resonates with you, don't try to hold on to things that don't belong to you. You know, like, don't create scenarios in your life for no reason. Okay. There's no need to do that. All right, we got enough drama in life with Trump being in office. We don't need to add shit else, okay? We don't need to add nothing else. All right, that's enough. But if the shoe fits, then wear it, right? Okay, what else we got here? I feel like I'm exhausted of this message. This message is exhausted for me now. That means it's done. There's an auspicious energy, though. An energy of healing is also here with the Star card. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Thank you. Okay. So this is what the new moon. This is what this new moon in Gemini is bringing. Now let's take a look at some astrology for that, guys, because honestly, I was hoping to. What you saying? My skin look dry or something? Was my throat sounding dry? Is that what you saying? Hey, man, no throat sounding dry, girl. Dry ass throat. Hey, this is Barbara. All right, I'm done. Okay, so let's take a look. I wanna kind of just pull up Thank you. That's a good idea. Honestly, I was gonna go get some tea right before I started, but I was like, I didn't feel like going to get the tea. So let's go get some tea then. Girl, you sounded dry over there. Like, damn. All right, let's take a walk real quick. Hold on. Is it just me that's always looking? I'm sure it's not. All right, come on, let's go get some tea. Let's go get some tea, girl. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay. Let me see. I like this tea. I'm gonna buy some more of this one. This is lemon. Hold on. Let me show you. Lemon and echinacea. Okay. Let's do that. I'm also fasting. I'm trying to decide how long I'm gonna fast today. Ooh, I love lemon and ginger. That's the secret sauce right there. just don't have any ginger right now. Lemon and ginger. I usually make tea from like loose herbs. I usually make loose herb tea, honestly, because I am a bit of a quack in that regard. I've been using and studying herbs since I was a teenager, so like 13. So I always, wherever I go. Oh, it's right here. Bear with me one second. Let's see what herbs I'm going to use here. Oh, I'm going to use this one. Yes, girl. You need that. Yes, that's a good one right there. And we need one more. What is it? Right here. Thank you for the suggestion. I truly appreciate it. You know, girl. You're right. These I do tend to feel a little bit drained after I do certain readings, so okay. Hold on and bear with me, and let me just do this real quick so we can ah what is going on? Will you operate? All right, let's see. Let me see if I can see if we got enough charge here. How much charge we got? 52%. Okay, we got 52% of charge. I think that's good for the moment, at least. Okay. Alrighty. So I love lemon and ginger. Ginger is one of my like favorite herbs to deal with, but I just ran out up here, so I love ginger and garlic. Garlic is like the super killer. Actually, that was refreshing. We're gonna that was what I needed. Okay. So what's been going on with y'all? Like, what y'all been encountering out here? Y'all been dating? Like, what's going on with y'all? Y'all been dating? Or y'all been chilling? Because I know, Melly Shane, you said you've been single. You said I'm single, not mingling. So, oh, thank you for that. That was a really beautiful statement to make there. I really appreciate that. I really do. Oh, green tea and mint. Yeah, I love that. And you know what? I need to go ahead and get a mint tree. They're good luck too. They bring good luck. So mint tree and also ferns. I used to wonder why certain people would always have like a fern. They would always have ferns, and then I realized ferns bring good luck and also protection. So yeah. You made a short film. What's it about? Let me I might need to use my other phone. Yeah, congratulations. Coco, you're still here? I didn't know you were still here, girl. Hey, girl. What you doing? Oh my God, having children. You will never stop being a parent, I'm telling you. Oh man. I gotta unblock my card. Okay. Bear with me 1 second. So that's exciting. Congratulations again. Yes, it is. So I've been working, taking care of family. Yeah. That's what it's just been. That's just what it's been. But congratulations on the short film. Yeah, that's really good. Honestly, chilling like a villain. Okay. Okay. You feel me? I feel you. You feel me? Hold on. Let me send my son some money real quick. He feel like I owe him for having to take an Uber. It's so funny when you have your own kids and you realize how entitled you was as a kid. How much entitlement you thought you had. I didn't mind it when I was younger. We used to walk. We used to go everywhere. I used to get on the bus. I used to hop on the bus. If I was the city bus, I didn't mind, you know, walking or hopping on the bus. Okay, so let me see. Let me get back to y'all's comments. Sorry about that. My son, did I tell you my son graduated? He graduated with a 5.49 GPA. Better than he blew my GPA out the water. I graduated with like a 4 point something, 4 point and some change. He graduated with a 5.49. Can you believe it? So chilling like a villain because what the fuck are feelings anyway anymore? What do you mean, Cat Goddess? Cat Goddess, are you Shaylee? It's okay if you're not, but hey girl, if you are. Yes, I am. I'm just eating crackers, ham and cheese. I'm too lazy to cook. Oh, it be like that sometimes, girl. It be like that. Plus, is it hot over there yet? Like, cause it's hot over here. Somebody was asking me the other day. I can't remember if he said, "Do you ever get used to the humidity, or how do you get used to the humidity? Like, how do you handle the humidity?" I said, you just get. I say you just rush into each place hoping that the AC is kicking. You just run into the place. You just run in and out of AC basically. Basically, you run from one AC location to the next AC location hoping that the AC is kicking. That's it, okay? The crazy part about it though is like, okay, so it's crazy. Sometimes like these old houses ain't got no AC, or they be having them window units. I can't stand them joints. I can't stand them window units because they look terrible. Most of them do. Like some of the people they make it look, you know, decent, but I cannot stand them window unit joints. They hurt me. But it's just because of how it looks. You know what I mean? It's just like it just irks me. I just want to kick them. Like each one that I see that's like hanging out, about to fall out, I want to kick it. But like you gotta do what you gotta do. Like if that's what you can do and that's all you can do, then I get it. I'm not. It's nothing about you or against you. It's just the way that it looks that drives me. It really makes me want to kick it out the window. I want to go down the street and just kick everybody's AC unit just because it looks a mess to me. I hate the way it looks. Is what I'm trying to say, right? That's all I'm trying to say. It irks the way it looks. It just irritates me, right? But not like if you know, if that's all you can do, that's all you can do. And I'm not, it's nothing against you. It's not about you at all. It's about how it looks to me. It's about how it looks to me, and I just want to go around and kicking them out the window, and you know, I'll pick it back up and put it back in there. But just one good time, I want to just go kick somebody's AC unit. I know it sounds crazy. I'm sorry, but y'all gotta know what I'm talking about. The ones that be like damn near about to fall out the window, it pisses me off. It's like, pick it up. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. All right, that's one part of my bougie that comes out, but really nobody ever knows about it because this is the first time I ever spoke about it out loud. But that irks me to no end. It's like, and I still like bars on the windows pisses me off because it's a hazard. It's a fire hazard, right? No, there's homemade ones. No, let me find out. There's not homemade ones. Wait, no. Now I gotta go find it. Homemade AC units. Hold on. I gotta go see it. Hold on. What do I call it? No. Now listen. Now, like I said, this is nothing against the people who have to do that. Like, it's nothing against you. It's just the fact that when it's falling out the window, it irks me. It just, every time I drive by one and I see it like damn near hanging on. Okay, I just want to kick it. I just want to kick it. I'm telling you, I just want to kick it. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on, because we about to. Wait. Okay, because I'm trying to understand what I'm looking at here real quick. I just want to be clear about what I'm seeing here, because I'm not sure what I'm looking at just yet. I just want to be clear on what I'm looking at. Okay, I don't think this is what you mean. Is this what you mean? This could be it. This could be the reason why it irks me. Okay, let me see if I can find one that looks like I just want to go kick it, because it just drives me. It drives me every time I see it. I'd be like, oh my god, I want to kick it so bad. I just want to go and just just kick it out the window. I mean, obviously, if somebody else told me you can't go kick their shit out the window, you know, I'm trying to stay cool in this bitch. All right, go mind your own business, and that's what I do. I mind my business, but you know, don't mean that I don't think about one day just going to kick it out the window. Right? I mean, they've come a long way though. Like, some of the units now that they have are like inside units, where it's kind of like rectangular and it looks like it's inside of the wall, and so it's not like HVAC, right? Like, it's not going to be HVAC unit, but it's like on the wall. It's like this rectangular one, and it's pretty cooling, right? Let me stay out that conversation. But I'm trying to see what you're saying about these units, these homemade AC units. Hold on. Because I don't know what they look like. I don't know what we talk about here, and I don't want to be assuming one thing. Wait, well, what's happening here? What is happening here? No, don't. What is this? I'm seeing a whole lot of things. I'm going to leave this conversation alone because, you know, I'm seeing a lot of why is there a cooler there? Wait a minute. Why is there a cooler here? What's happening? Wait a minute. Now we got a bucket with a fan. Hold on. Because what's happening? I mean, this is innovative as fuck. Like, for real. Like, when you got to do what you got to do, you know what I mean? Like, it's innovative as hell, but come on. Like, all right. Let me get off this conversation. I'm done. I'm putting the phone down. Okay? I'm putting the phone down. All right. I'll put the phone down. The phone is down. Okay? Now, let me go back. Yes, thank you. Yeah. That graduation was like, it was faster than my daughter. My daughter's graduation, her class was larger than his class, so it was pretty quick to get in and out of there, which I was happy about, but I was proud of him, you know, overall. Especially the homemade ones. No. I went and looked now. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm looking for. So I'm going to leave that conversation alone because I will go down a rabbit hole. I'll be back here later on at 1 a.m. tonight, or at, you know, laying down at 1 a.m. in the morning looking for homemade AC units. I don't want to be doing that. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole for no good reason, okay? So I'm just done with emotional nonsense. I just want to leave all that at the door anyway and focus on better or more important things in life. Sometimes, I don't know, I'm just over all the drama and noise out here. Yeah. I get it. It's like, can we just be? Can we just be? Can we just be happy and, you know, in love or not in love? You know, we don't have to be romantically in love, but we can just be in love with life. I'm in love with life. I love life. I love living. You know, I love being amongst the land of the living. You know, I love being amongst the living. You know, I love my life. You know, I mean, maybe I don't love everything in my life, but I love life. I love living. You know, I love being alive. I love being able to interact or not interact. I love to have that choice, to have that option. You know, I love the abundance of being able to choose to be happy or to not be happy. I could be a miserable bitch all day if I want to be, you know, but I choose to be happy because that's how I want to be. I love life. I love living. You know, I love to be in the land of the living. Communication is coming through. Surrender, I feel, is happening here, but this could even be like some sort of caution. Maybe somebody needs to have caution. Maybe this is caution in communication, you know. Excuse me. I feel like somebody has some disappointments. Somebody maybe wants to communicate their disappointments, but I feel like you got to be cautious with that conversation. You know, like, I will tell you, so something that I maybe could do a little better. Okay, so when I get, so there's a point, let's talk about this from a romantic scale. There's a point from which I might be like, there's a point to where I'm either going to be uber considerate about your feelings and your emotional needs, and or not, right? And it's like a light switch, right? So like once that motherfucker goes off and my filter for you, your feelings and all that shit goes off, everything I think about that I want to say to you, I'm going to say. And it's going to be in the most blunt, straightforward, non-filtered way there is, right? I could maybe work on that a little bit. Because there's literally no transition. Like there's no transition. And I think that people sometimes feel startled by that. Let me think about that a little more. Moving forward. It looks bad. Like, well, okay. I'm not, like I said, this is not about the people, you know, this is not about your ability to afford an AC unit. It's about how that motherfucker look when it's hanging out the window, okay? That's it. And some people, they do it, they make sure that it's like not like hanging down, like, you know, like dangling from a tree. Some people make sure that it doesn't look like it's dangling from a tree. They make sure that it's in there, it's nice and tight. You know what I mean? They got the thing in there and it looks okay. You know, it doesn't look like it's about to fall out. One of my concerns with that is that when it looks like it's about to fall out, to me, it's like that's just an opening into your home. Like somebody could just go and knock that motherfucker out the way and climb in the window. That's what pisses me off about it, I think. Okay, I've learned when I get to a point, there's nothing to say. No, seriously. And that's that I totally am there with you. You know what I mean? Totally there. Oh, this is a 8 of wands in reverse. So that is actually a lack of communication, therefore. This is somebody who's not expressing their disappointment. Because the card that comes before it is the 5 of Cups. So this is somebody who's not communicating their disappointments or distress or discomfort. Boundaries, but this can even be, yeah, that's pretty much it. Not expressing boundaries, not expressing the disappointments. Something's coming up within our conversation that we've just had, you know, kind of relating to, what did you just say? Learn when to get to the point there's nothing to say, right? I get that. Yes, this is true. Get it, got it, right? But also I want to say this, and this is kind of relation to when I was speaking about knowing that when you are in communion with others, you are learning them and they are learning you. You're learning your boundaries with them. They're learning your boundaries, vice versa, right? You're learning how to deal with each other, how to coexist with each other, and how to understand each other as you walk through this path, right? Sometimes we've been through so much hurt, or we feel that the hurt has been so much that we just decide to just no longer experience hurt anymore in our life, right? And that looks like, well, I'll be single forever, or I'll never trust another person, or I won't allow anybody to get in. The concern with that is that we have innately, as humans or as people, a desire to connect with one another, right? And sometimes your fear of being hurt causes you to put up blockages on and towards and for people who maybe didn't earn it. I'm just gonna say that there, but also, right? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. But also, okay. I'm just looking at different coins. Okay, I'm just looking at different sides of the coin. Not trying to make you feel no kind of way. Not trying to, make you change how you feel or change what you think or any of that. But it's just a matter of, personally, I just look at things in that type of way, right? I feel the reason for that for me is because I actually do value connections in relationships. I do value the connections in the relationships that I have. Me and my best friend, let's see, we've been friends since middle school. Shoot. 27 years. Okay, yes, I did get a calculator because I wasn't about to think about it all. You're welcome. Anyway, 27 years, right? And so we've had moments in our relationship where we talk or we don't talk, right? Like sometimes we go a while without speaking to each other, but when we do get back to talking and get on the phone, it's like we never stop talking, right? And so you realize with some people you have that type of connection where y'all just pick back up where y'all left off, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? As you grow and as you learn that conflict is not the end of the world. Disagreement is not all that there is. Like, that's not the end of the world. And the reason for this is because as humans, we have a natural kind of inclination to want to connect with others. Until and unless you felt a lot of pain that you are having a difficulty releasing. Look, at the end of the day, okay, I'm not just here to tell you what you want to hear, okay? And that's what this all comes down to, okay? I'm not here to tell you just what you want to hear, okay? I'm also here to have a conversation with you and say sometimes maybe you was wrong. And I'm not saying that right now, but what I'm saying is sometimes you do need to look at things on the other end of the table because sometimes you was wrong, okay? Not saying that that's what I'm saying right now, but, in general, right? And the reason for that is this, that, like I said, I've been saying this, I said this a couple of times, the universe is always going to seek balance, right? And in seeking balance, that means that there are two sides of a coin. That also means that there's a center, right? There's a center. Up in that center is where we common ground. This is common ground. Center is common ground. This is one extreme. This is another extreme. Common ground is right here, right? Sometimes we come into contact, into communion with others because there's a thing that they are here to teach us. And maybe that other person is to teach you how to value yourself more. Maybe that other person is to teach you how to stand up for yourself. Maybe that other person is to teach you how to recognize that everybody's not out to get you. You know? Because sometimes it looks and it feels like that, doesn't it? Another thing that we talk about on this channel and on this page that we've kind of really gotten into heavily over the last multiple years is about how we create stories and scenarios within our minds. And the reason for those other people that challenge what you know to come into your life is to show you that, one, it is possible, right? It's to show you possibilities. Because if you get stuck in one track way, in one track mind, everything only works out this way always, then you're unable to create new stories and new scenarios and new things, right? Everything will always work out like that for you because you've not been introduced to anything new. And so I believe that's one of the reasons why we come across different types of people, or people who are a little bit different than us, or a little bit weirder than me, or, you know, maybe somebody who's just a little bit not what I'm used to, because in some way spirit, or you, right? Because somewhere deep down within us, we have a desire, right? And whether or not we speak that desire out to everybody else, the universe still hears and connects with our hearts and our minds, right? The universe knows, right? Because we're all connected. We're all connected to the universe. We're all connected to one another. So in seeking balance, the universe is not just seeking balance with the things that are actually physically happening. I believe also the universe is also seeking balance with the things that are coming in, that we are kind of creating within ourselves as well. Which is why I feel it is very important for us to know how to, you know, how we're supposed to be thinking and speaking and feeling, things like that. Because at the end of the day, you are still a creator, whether you're creating by default, by accident, or whatever, or intentionally, you're still a creator, right? So anyway, it might annoy you. Yes. I know. She get on my nerves. I was trying to see the brighter side. Yes. Because I'm going to see the dark side too. That's the thing. It's like, I'm not just going to see the light side. I'm going to see the dark side too, right? The dark side of it is this. The dark side, here's the dark side. What if you have to continue to walk through this life and never meet another person that meets your mental, emotional, physical desires and needs? Brush his hair real quick, right? Just for you to think about that. If the way that you're currently thinking, your current mindset, is the reality of the rest of your life, the rest of your existence, will you be happy? Truth. Don't lie. You don't put no comment in the comment for me. Just answer right here. You ain't even gotta answer me. Answer right here. Just that's it. That's all I'll ask you to do. I wouldn't. If I'm walking around life right now and I'm thinking, these niggas ain't nobody out here gonna be a real friend to me. Ain't nobody out here gonna be a real man to me. They all trash. If I walked around life thinking like that, right? And that was the remaining of my existence, just take me out. Like, why do I have to keep going? Because I don't want to go. That's misery. Right? I just want you to think about it. Because I do believe in miracles. I do believe in things changing. I do believe in good scenarios and endings, happy endings. I believe in it. Okay? And I'm not talking about the happy endings at the Chinese massage shop. Okay? Although those can be cool too, I guess, if that's what you want. All I'm saying, I want you to think you are creating the path that you're living. And every time you accept that this is how life is how you are allowing your life to continue to go. Now, yes, while you are transitioning from living a life where you think all shit is bullshit, all these niggas ain't shit but hoes and tricks, you know what I mean? Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. While you are transitioning from thinking like that to thinking like I really can find somebody out here, like I'm sure there is somebody out there for me, sometimes you are gonna run into those motherfuckers that prove what you previously thought. Right? And sometimes you're going to walk into the motherfuckers that are what you hope to aspire to, but your mindset might not be fully ready. You know what I mean? You might not be fully ready to transition into that at this moment. The reason I'm saying all this is for you, because at the end of the day, I don't want you sitting here and creating an existence for yourself that you will not be happy with in 5 years, right? Like I don't want you to be creating an existence today that in 5 years you're going to be miserable about. And there's multiple things that we can relate to in this moment to ensure that that's not the case in 5 years, right? One of them is recognizing that sometimes you are making mistakes that you not even realizing you're making. Sometimes you are creating problems for yourself that you're not realizing that you're creating problems for yourself, right? One of the things that I can probably say for myself that I might have been maybe creating, let me think, just as an example, right? I'm trying to think, right? Okay, I'm trying to find a scenario, but maybe sometimes you. All right, let's come back to the example time. Okay, let's come back to the show and tell. Okay, let's come back to that. Anyway, I want you to. So I truly let me just read your comments. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna put a pin in that and come to your comments, because I really want you guys to understand. Like, look, I understand right now you might be feeling this way, and that's cool, and that's cool. You know, sometimes you gotta go through that. Sometimes you gotta go through that. Niggas ain't shit but hoes and tricks. Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks, right? But at the end of the day, is that what you want for the rest of your life? Think about how much the rest of your life might be. You know, if you're 30 or 20 or whatever, and you end up living till you're 90 years old, you want to go from right now to 90 thinking that way and feeling that way. Right? That's a long time to be alone and to be thinking that niggas ain't shit but hoes and tricks. All right. So let me go back. I'm going all the way back. Sorry, guys. If you guys are willing to come on live video with me, I have no problem doing that. But every time I get on the live video where y'all can go on like a Zoom or whatever, y'all don't never come up in the thing. So what's going on? Y'all let me know, okay? Because I'm willing to have these conversations with you guys. So ice cold, right? So I'm really large and communicative, right? That's a really big thing for me too. So when I'm done talking, it's just like, that's because I don't want to swim around in shitty soup when I'm not the chef, period. Okay, I get it. That analogy was very interesting. Yes, but I understand. True, it's like I'm so over or done with certain things, situations, or people. I'm probably past checked out of those situations. Cat Goddess, do me a favor and identify 3 things that you're referring to in that list right there. Do me a favor and identify those 3 things for me. So I truly believe no matter what evil I encounter, that I'm not alone with a soul like mine in this world. There we go. Okay, so like deep down, you know that that's just not, like, this is not life, like forever and ever, right? So that's a good thing, because that's a realization that you know deep down, okay? Atira, hi. Sure, what's your question? I guess if you guys want to ask some questions, you can ask some questions. That's fine. I'll go ahead into that for you guys. So let me go back. Right, because at the end of the day, like, if we think about it, like, okay, I'm the only one that was made like me in this lifetime. Like, that would suck. Right? Right? Wouldn't that suck if, like, you mean to tell me there's no version of me capable in romanticism? Like, or no version, not necessarily that they have to be like you, but just a version that you can work with, that you can flourish and thrive with, you know, that you can build with. Okay, so when I was younger, I was so angry, and a person said, "Cheer up, there is always something good." I was like, "Good where? What do you mean?" And then it turned to, "Of course there is good inside of me." There you go. You create the good, right? Because it starts here first, right? And then everything that you create here within yourself then begins to show itself outside of you, right? Because everything outside of us is a reflection of what's inside of us. And I know that sometimes that feels, what do you mean? I'm I'm this and I'm that. No, not particularly, right? We have to remember, like, we're operating on multiple scales here, right? Multiple scales, which the universe is seeking to balance itself, right? The pendulum swings back and forth. We create the scenarios in our mind that perpetuate life experience, while other people are also co-creating and perpetuating life experience from the things that they think and feel and things that they've experienced as well, right? So we're coming into communion with those energies. Not to mention the frequencies that we are in. Okay, and sometimes old frequencies, new frequencies have are still. Sometimes old frequencies are still tagging along until we are fully integrated into the new frequency, right? So all of those things kind of the formation of life, right? Chaos. All right. So can I ask a question? So will Z get married to me in the future? Why not? You know, at the end of the day, what we're talking about is kind of quantum physics for real, right? We've been watching movies for, you know, lots and lots and lots of time, and these movies have been about time travel, right? And sometime within the last, I don't know, 5 years, I discovered that that's not even how time travel occurs or how it can happen. Sometimes the time travel is your soul or your spirit goes from here to some other body. You know how they have that talk about jump ins, right? Which can happen in a couple of ways. It can happen if your spirit somehow is fragmented, and then a jump in can occur. It can happen if you die and then another spirit jumps in to your body. Um, it can happen literally where you can just disconnect from your physical being and kind of walk around in the spirit realm. These are a lot of concepts that the westernized culture likes to characterize as being crazy or taboo, or these things that, but we have to realize that the westernized culture is the colonized idea of life, and they are babies in exploring the spiritual world and the spiritual realm, which means they don't have no knowledge and no information in that realm. So how the hell did we let the babies come and change the system and teach us what they didn't even know? It's crazy, right? But that can happen through a lot of things. That can happen through genocide, right? Because if you kill off a bunch of people that know the information, if the younger generation didn't gather or know the information, well, there you go. That's easy to happen, right? So there's a bunch of ways in which this could have occurred, but at the end of the day, there's a whole spiritual system, spiritual knowledge, spiritual traditions, spiritual information that was lost because Western culture or colonized culture wanted to teach with the absence of the spiritual realm. And I feel like that plays into why the patriarchy itself was able to flourish as it was, in the hierarchical system, the religious system. It was able to flourish because of that removal of what actual spiritual traditions existed prior to this current culture that we live in, that we've, been living in for a little while. But so here's the reason why. So I've been watching, I got, how sometimes I go on my binges. Previously I was on like an African movie binge, watching the African movies with all the terrible audio they got. All the audio was terrible. All the African videos, right? And then I went into this binge on the short films on TikTok. Now I've been on these Asian films for like last maybe month, okay? And one of the things that it's like all of these movies are all rebirth concepts, right? They're all about being reborn. Somebody got killed and then they immediately reborn, and they're born into so let's say you died today and then you're reborn to like 3 years ago, right? Not necessarily reborn into a child's body, but literally reborn into like a moment in time where something began, where you literally had to make a different decision in that moment in order for the life to change. So I've been observing these and it brought me to, right now we were talking about the concept of time travel, and how the way that the colonizers viewed time travel was about a device, some sort of device that had to be created in order for you to be able to, create this quantum field in order to be able to travel back in the time. But in reality, it doesn't even look like reality, realistic wise. That's how it even has to occur. Like, I'm sure that in advanced science, you could create a device, but I feel like that is not even necessary, because I feel like actual real-time travel is where you taking your spirit into another realm. That's what you can do. I feel like you can literally time travel on a day-to-day basis if you're skilled enough at it, right? This is something that we can explore when we discuss astral travel, right? Oh yes, I'm sorry, my bad. Let me finish this up real quick, because it's just a thought. I'm gonna have to, I know y'all probably on some other shit, but I'm on this right now, right? Anyway, time travel, I believe that it happens more in the actual physical of our body, the spiritual of our body, than it does in a device. I don't think a device is needed. I feel like it's probably much easier for you to learn how to quantum leap how to take your spirit from one physical body to another physical body in a quantum, realm leap, than it would be to get some device that could actually even create a frequency with a high enough speed to get there. Because they say the fastest thing is the speed of light, but what about the speed of thought? Thought is faster than the speed of light. It has to be. Anyway, all right, I'm done with that. We'll move forward on that topic. Okay, somebody had a question. What was the question? And that's just my scientific Aquarius brain, you know what I mean? Coming to, you know what I mean? Like, that's it. That's all it is, You would think I was high. I'm not high. I'm not high at all. Not drunk at all. I'm not high at all. Will Z get married to me in the future? Spirit, clear, and concise. Okay, 2 cards fell out. One of them is on his face. The other one is the High Priestess. The High Priestess can represent a couple things. It can represent knowledge, awareness, intuition. It can represent hidden energy or hidden information. It can also represent a knowing, like something that you already know. The first thought that I got is something that you already know. It's like you already know the outcome here. So you're asking a question that you already know the answer to. But let's go ahead and flip over this other card real quick. And this is the first card that came out. So the first card that came out fell on his face. The second card that came out is the High Priestess, and it showed me his face. So I'm sorry. This is the first card. The first card is the 8 of Swords. You know, when it comes to yes or no answers, yes or no questions, Swords is always a no. It's always a no. You know, for me, it always comes as a no because it's like stabbing. Hold on. Let me just demonstrate this real quick. It's like poking holes through the theory of whatever it is that you was thinking about talking about, right? But I want to be clear. Even though that's the first card that came out, it fell on his face, right? So I couldn't see it. And there was another card that came out. The High Priestess is here. I mean, yeah, pretty much. That's what we had. And it's like, you know, this information too. Like, it's not hidden. Because another thing that I saw was at the bottom of the deck, we have the 8 of Cups, right? Underneath that, we have the 10 of Swords, right? Ooh, child. There's a lot of information surrounding this reading, right? But if we talking about yes or no, the answer is no. The death card was at the top of the deck. So I pulled this from here, top of the deck. That means endings. Beginning, the endings. So, you know, if you want, I can interpret further, but you know, please deposit $9.99. You're welcome. Please deposit $9.99. Okay, so let's go back to the comments. True stuff on the astral realm or astral can be or become such a real experience. It's like, honestly, could have went to, say, a haunted place and have something weird from the experience in the physical. Right. That's true. You know, there's a lot of things that happen spiritually, just on a regular basis that a lot of times I don't really even talk about with you guys. But the purpose of this channel was spirituality, to talk about spiritual things, spiritual understandings that occur to me, that I get downloaded, that I want to share, that need to be shared with the collective for the evolvement of the collective understanding. But one thing outside of that time travel and astral travel, please deposit $9.99. And this is something that started happening like really, really often. So in the past, I ended up doing like a 45-minute meditation session just naturally. That was when my grandmother communicated with me through that meditation session. Now, before that meditation session, which is before I started really actively doing tarot, really actively being involved in my spiritual growth, spiritual path, occult path rather, than the religious side, right? Because I'd always been sort of a believer and I was very, you know, into the religions. I was a Muslim for multiple years, probably 10 plus years, a decade or so. Before that, I was Christian, believing, things of that nature. But then it started to turn into something more than religion, something more than what could be defined within those constructs, right? Anyway, one of the main things that started to happen to me a lot, and I didn't pay attention to it until I started to really get into my occultic studies, was things disappearing and then reappearing. And that might seem like something silly, like you just lost it. No, things would literally disappear and then reappear. And for the longest time, it was like, I was like, oh my God, like I'm losing stuff. I'm always losing. I would think that I was losing things. And I realized one day, I didn't lose this thing. Because I started to pay attention to my own patterns. I started to create patterns for myself to reduce the likelihood that to reduce or eliminate the likelihood that I was losing stuff, right? So once I had eliminated the scenario that could create an environment where it would be easy for me to lose things, I've started to realize, no, it's not because I'm just losing stuff. This stuff is disappearing and reappearing later. That was like right before I really started to get more heavily into my occultist studies And at the beginning of that, it was like the precursor to my occult studies, when stuff would just disappear. And for a long time, I was like dealing with it like, oh, I just forgot, I lost it. I was, kind of treating it as if I was forgetful, or as if I had been losing things. But this went on for a long period of time. And then I started buying organizers. So I've previously expressed this, like I would buy like a basket for every room in our house. And I used to get so annoyed because my estranged husband would like take off his socks like in the middle of the floor and just leave them there. And I'd be like so pissed because it's like, I got a basket right there. It's a hamper right there, right? It would annoy me to like no end, because I would buy things to like organize stuff. So before I started my occultic studies, I like I said, I was kind of like, am I losing stuff? Like, is this something going on here? So I started buying organizers to specifically keep things in a very organized place and organized way. So all of my makeup have like little makeup drawers and, stuff like that. And I would buy things specifically to maintain organization. But stuff was still coming up missing. And it was usually like something that I would need, like something that I would absolutely need in order to be able to accomplish whatever goal I set out to accomplish. So like, for instance, if I needed to go take the kids to the doctor, or if I needed to go to the store or buy anything, or needed to leave the house to go, if I didn't get in my car to go drive somewhere, I need my keys. And I created a system. So you would create a system. I even bought those little things that you put by the door that hang your keys, like a little hook that you hang your keys up there, right? I bought those, or I bought like a little basket where you walk in the door, you just drop your keys into the basket. So I would create these scenarios or these situations where it would be next to impossible for me to just lose whatever it was that I had. And it's usually my keys. So when I started to notice an uptick of activity, at first it was like, okay, am I losing my mind here? And then I started to realize that the things would reappear in places that I had previously looked. Like I would be like looking through stuff and I would look multiple times in one little space, multiple times, and then the thing would not be there. And then later I would come and find it in an exact place that I had literally looked multiple times. And so then I'm like, okay, maybe somebody moved it. So I would ask my husband, like, did you move this? Like, he'd be like, no, like I ain't touched it, whatever. So that's when I started to understand that this was like spiritual contact from either my ancestors or even other spirits that were surrounding me, that in one way or another were indicating that they were present, right? Now, I still haven't, to this day, I won't say that I've like gained like specific messages, like I'm here and I'm trying to contact you, nothing like that, like specific conversations. But what I just did with that was I started to just follow my intuition, and following my intuition was one of the strongest things that I could do. So that's when I got into tarot and things like that, where I could sit here and I can be reading on something, and sometimes the cards that come out don't got nothing to do with the reading that I'm giving, because I'm following my intuition, right? And so I said all that because it is. The concepts that we have learned from colonization versus what is actually there for us to know are going to be different. They're going to look different. And so as we begin to transition collectively from that colonized way of being, that colonized way of thinking, we have to open ourselves up to things that maybe we were previously taught to be afraid of. But what I've discovered, there's a lot of fear mongering going on in the community, because it just is. There's a lot of people that are afraid of their own fucking shadow. Okay, and trust me, I've had moments where I was afraid of my shadow. I've jumped at my shadow sometimes, like, oh, bitch, what, right? You see it? But there's a lot of this space that I believe is more so that some people use the spiritual realm without respect, and that can be the difference between your spiritual experience being good and being bad. Yeah, some people don't respect the spiritual realm, the spirituality. And that's why they're getting the terrible results that they're getting, right? I don't know why I was talking about all that. I felt like I was going somewhere and it just flew away. You're welcome. Okay, so true. I've had things happen that most stuff in certain belief systems have absolutely no explanation for whatsoever. Some things you just can't even explain, no matter what or how you put it. This is true. Hey, Kings, Ray, Grayson, how you doing? Welcome. Long time no see. Um, but that's the importance of being able to recognize that there is more to life and more to existence than we may always know. And me dipping into the tarot reading, tarot first off is just a tool, right? I've learned over the years that I don't even need tarot to read situations, to read people, to give answers, spiritual answers. Oftentimes I don't even need the tarot. It's just extra. It's an extra tool to use, right? There's also astrology, right? So there's various different spiritual modalities that we can use to help us gain and further understanding. But at the end of the day, I think one of the most solid things that everybody can do is to use your intuition, to follow your intuition. My intuition has never let me wrong. Never. Never. Right? And I know that until you become aware of that, until you become spiritually aware and have that spiritual muscle built up, you know, sometimes it seems irrational. Sometimes it seems silly. Sometimes it seems misplaced. But at the end of the day, I can promise you that, um, you know, your intuition is there for multiple reasons. One of those reasons is to protect you. One of those reasons is to help you expand and to grow. And one of those reasons is to help you understand things that you cannot see, such as if your shit started disappearing and you wonder what the fuck going on. Well, after that stuff was happening, and then I had that meditation session, and my grandma spoke to me in my meditation session, right? So we think that religion is going to teach us what we should know about spirituality and what we should know about the spiritual realm. And I find that it didn't teach me anything. Once I stepped outside of that, that's when I got more knowledge about what actually is occurring in the spiritual realm and these various different things. It wasn't because I was inside of religion. Religion was very, very much a box and very much constructed to keep the knowledge outside of that box, to keep me from getting that information. Okay, so let me see. When it happens to me, I just ask passed over loved ones or spirit to help me get it back. It works. Right. Yeah. That. So the thing I think that it is, it's like, first off, it could be your spiritual guide saying, "Hey, how you doing? What's going on? I'm here for you. I'm here." Sometimes it is that you need to learn how to call out and ask for whatever it is that you may need, and it's an indication of that. But sometimes it's spirits letting you know that they are surrounding you, that they are there. So I found that as well. And sometimes also it is a precursor to, first of all, a very active spiritual environment. Okay. But also that there are some things that you might need to be paying attention to now and in the very near future. Some things might be coming to you, and it's a warning too. And not necessarily a warning in a bad way, but just like a pre recognition, pre understanding. Hey, there's something about to go down here. Or sometimes, like other times, is a lot of times what happened is like spirit will hide my keys, and by the time I find it, I leave. And I go up the road and I'm like, oh, there's an accident here. I could have been a part of that accident if spirit hadn't done that. If spirit hadn't taken my keys and, made them disappear into the spiritual realm for 15, 20 minutes, then I could have left at that time that I was supposed to leave, and I could have got to that car accident. So you see what I'm saying? Like, and this, I know this because I once had a car accident, and I talked about this experience on my channel. You're going to have to go back like 2020, what was it, 2022? When I had that car accident. Anyway, when I had that car accident on impact, I was pulled into the spiritual realm, and I sat on angels' laps. Okay, I know it sounds crazy. For those people who are not heavily into the occult, who do not have a heavy occult understanding, that's going to sound crazy to you, but I was amongst angels. The angels pulled me from the vehicle for a split second upon impact. And I was sitting on the lap of angels, or what we visualize angels to be, right? I was on the lap of God, if you ask me, right? But right, but what I'm saying that for is that there are a lot of ways in which the spiritual realm, and spirits, guides, all of that will alert you to things that are occurring, about to occur, that things are happening, or that will happen. And this is why it's so important for you to follow your intuition, because like I said, they are warning, they're giving you warnings, they're sending you signs, they're communicating with you on a very real level, right? Like if you're paying attention, it's on a very real scale. So like I said, I'm getting ready to go. Look, I done sat down, I done did my makeup, I done done all this stuff. You know, I did my hair, got my clothes to the T, and I'm ready to go. Here I go, get up, looking for my keys. Where's my keys? I just had my keys, right? And cannot find these fucking keys. I'm looking and searching where I know them to last be. I'm looking at certain, you look where you know they was at, right? Like, you know, they was right here. I know the keys was right here. So you looking everywhere. You look down, you look under, you look behind, you look everywhere. Then you go into another location. Maybe I left them over there. You go back, tracking back 3 days ago when you put them over there 3 days ago. You go back there and you looking in that area. Everything under, sides, you know, everything. You look all in those locations. 10 minutes go by. You come back to that same location that you looked at 10 minutes ago, and the keys is right there. So oftentimes when that happens nowadays, I don't get annoyed anymore. Thank you, Spirit, for whatever it was you trying to do. Thank you. Okay. But I acknowledge them now. Now when something like that occurs, I acknowledge Spirit to let them know, okay, thank you for, you know, finding the keys for me. And then oftentimes there's usually always an accident. Whenever I go, there's usually always an accident or something that has occurred, okay, prior to me leaving. Something has occurred, and when I think about the timing of it, when I was about to leave, I could have been about to be in that accident, right? So following your intuition is number one, and number two is the 1, the 2, and the 3, right? And you have to build that spiritual muscle, because it is a very powerful spiritual muscle. Because you following your intuition is not just you following your gut instincts and gut feelings. It's also you following the whispers of your ancestors or spirit guides, right? It's so funny because, you know, we look at dope dealers and drug dealers and all that like that. We always look at them as, oh, it's a bad thing, this and the third. But one of the things about dope dealers is that many of them are highly intuitive. Many of them are highly intuitive. And I can't say this for sure because I haven't had a conversation with them, but I would almost bet you that they could probably recount right before they got locked up. They could probably recount that they might have had a feeling or an intuition that they did not follow, and then boom, they got locked up or something. But one thing that I've noticed about the street dudes specifically is they're highly intuitive, and this is something they probably never talk about. How did they escape death? How did they escape all of these scenarios in which they could have died or they could have got locked up, you know, for 50 years, you know? How did they escape these situations? It's because they're following their intuition, right? So, you know, that's your first line of defense always, okay? Because there are guides, there is information out there for you if you're willing to receive it. A lot of people fear it though. And you can't have fear when it comes to these things because they could be the protection of you. All right, so let me see. Sorry about that. If I got too far into it. So when it happens to me, I just pass over loved ones. Okay, so I definitely learned to listen to spirit, right, the hard way, right. It'd be something that'll happen. You'd be like, yeah, I knew I wasn't supposed to do that. So all it took for me was, you know, a couple of either experiences or a couple of events where I was about to leave, my keys got lost, and then I found them, and then I went out and I saw that accident to realize, oh, like these are warning systems set up for me to let me know. So now I don't question my intuition. Spirit say go left, I'm going left. For what? I don't know why, but what we gonna do? Kids be mad in the mug sometimes. Like, Mom, why are you taking 5 extra minutes to get home? Can we just get home? Listen, hey, I don't know why, but we going this way, okay? All right. And some of it, yeah, obviously some of it could be, you know, having little moments of, you know, either paranoia or something like that. But at the end of the day, I'd rather be safe than sorry, you know? So yeah, following your intuition has always got to be, you know, one of the things that you really focus on, practicing that muscle, building that muscle, strengthening that muscle, because that is literally could be your lifeline. Okay. And the colonized environment, the westernized system has, you know, attempted and done quite a good job at teaching you away from your natural qualities and abilities that you have that are set up as protections for you. Okay. You know, if Harriet Tubman was a real person, I can guarantee you that she did not accomplish the things that she accomplished by not listening to her intuition. Okay. Her intuition was her number one guide. You know, her spirit, listening to spirit and spirit guides was her number one way. Okay. I'm telling you. Okay. Because, you know, them catchers, they be all over the place. When sometimes I was actually just driving around somewhere the other day, and I was like, I mean, it was like every block. Matter of fact, it was last night. I was driving somewhere, and every block there was a cop car. Like, you know what I mean? Can you just imagine that time period where there's like a cop carriage, a cop horse on every and every like light post or something like that. You trying to get through, you trying to get by. You know, just think about these things. Like throughout time, one of the things that I've noticed about people who were either really successful or people who were really able to escape a lot of danger, they almost always were following their intuition. Okay, so let me see. So it is pretty interesting what the spirit world or side of things can actually protect us from. Sometimes I've had things happen from or in my dreams, but in a way where I was protected from it in a way. Right. Mm-hmm. And that too. And you know something interesting about that? You mentioned dreams. You know, that concept that when you sleep, you are literally in another life. I'm starting to feel like that is based in reality, right? Or based in a possible truth, right? And then another whole other way of looking at this is, so like what you just said was protect us from something. I've had things happen from or in my dreams. So, you know, sometimes spirit, because at the end of the day, you never really know who is out there up against you, right? Like you never really know who's trying to attack you for whatever fucking reason, for whatever. One of the things that I've gathered with watching these Asian films about the rebirth stuff is that there's always somebody that just hates your guts and you don't know why, and they don't even know why. They just hate you and they want to destroy you, and they're gonna keep trying, right? They just keep on trying to destroy you. Okay. So, you know, interestingly about what you said, which is, you know, being protected from things in your dreams. Listen, sometimes these people that are walking and waking life are coming to try to attack you in your dreams. Okay. And because they can't get you in the physical, they might try to go to your dreams or vice versa. Right. So yeah, totally feel it. But another thing about dreams is, I feel like sometimes the spirits that you meet in your dreams, aka or also in the astral realm, are spirits that actually exist in real life or that you could be coming into contact with in real life. And sometimes because the dream happens, it allows you to see through it in real life, right? You know? So that's a thought. So I know we went off the deep end on talking about spiritual talk and, you know, spiritual things and occult things today, but you know, it's been a while since I have been either live with you guys or we just kind of got into various different conversations and topics. But, you know, I think they're important because at the end of the day, we are in a time where things are shifting tremendously. And while collectively we are all doing a really good job of like picking up on getting on cue, you know, getting on code and staying on code and staying on cue, sometimes these things have to also be spoken about as well, because, you know, sometimes there's scenarios where if you have been heavily indoctrinated into religion, you just might not know or be aware of, you know, and gotta talk about it. So I woke up in another person's house and walked out and woke up at home. But the craziest part was the person I met in a dream, I met him 3 days after that, was crazy. See? Yeah. See, them dreams be telling you, girl. They be telling you. And sometimes it's like, sometimes it's good people. Like, oh, I'm gonna meet this angelic person. It's like, so like what I've noticed is that sometimes, like in my dream, the person may appear as like I don't know, just like their energy is like really vibrant or just like really soft. Like one of the things that I notice about like people who come into my real life that are really like really good energies is that sometimes their energy in the dream space or in a dreamscape is just really calm, really soft. Even if they're like a really like rambunctious person, their energy still comes off in the dream as how they are in reality. Like, so they may still appear to be like really soft and like like a cloud or something. It's like a cloud of their energy is like a cloud. Like it's just really soft and like non-aggressive, right? And so sometimes when you meet those people in real life, it's just like you just kind of instantly understand and like who they are. So yeah, that's a good thing too. Reading those dreams, that's a good one to help you and protect you. Also, if you have dreams and you are dreaming about events that are occurring in real life, they may not always look exactly identical. Usually they don't, but they will give you some cues and, you know, some hints about things that are going on around you. So dreams are actually honestly so freaking fascinating and interesting. I agree. I really agree with that because, you know, one time I actually, so like, okay, one time I was like dealing with a like heavy spiritual attack from somewhere. I don't know who. I still haven't, you know, I still haven't figured out exactly the person. You know, I've got my ideas about who it was. I know who it was, but also we live in a physical world that requires, you know, evidence and proof and shit like that. I don't need no evidence. I know who it was, but at the end of the day, I was dealing with a lot of like heavy spiritual attack and heavy hexing and curses and stuff like that from somebody. And one time I was like getting ready to go to bed and I had done like a ritual. Just hold on one second. Boulevard Sweets, how can I help you? Boulevard Sweets, how can I help you? Okay, that's cool. Anyway, so I was dealing with heavy spiritual attack, like from a specific person. I went to my dream and I was like, okay. Before I had went to dreams, I had done like a ritual and I had, you know, asked for my ancestral assistance or help. Basically, I asked for it to be canceled. Well, in that dream, it's like my great grandmother came to me in a house that I recognized from my childhood, or in a house that I felt like I knew that house, like the house was familiar to me. And she walked me through how to get rid of that situation or that scenario. Now, although that person still continued to try to attack me and still tried to like spiritually, you know, hex me and all that stuff like that, after I had that dream and did the rituals after that, it was severely decreased in effectiveness, right? Like the effectiveness of it was severely decreased. And so they had to, you know, the attacks had to work in other ways, which is, this is why I was always telling you guys about like taking your spiritual baths, protecting yourself, stuff like that. Because it's just like, girl, it's never ending too. It's like some people, they just got it out for you. Okay. It's like, I don't know, maybe you got a blood debt or something. I don't know. It's like, they feel like you are the worst thing in the life. If you exist, I'm not happy. I won't be happy until you no longer exist. And you don't gotta know nothing. Like, you don't even know these people sometimes. Sometimes you don't even know why these people are like that. And then a lot of times when people have deep-seated hatred towards you, it is literally the most irrational shit ever. It'd be like, what the fuck is your problem? They don't even know why they feeling like that. Just miserable. And they don't like that you smile on a regular basis, right? Like, this bitch always smiling. Right? All right, let me look. So it's like I met some people in my dreams beforehand, before I met them in such detail beforehand in such a way. It's honest, freaks me out sometimes. No, for real. No, seriously. I like it though, honestly. I like that. I know it's like, right, but I prefer to know that I look at it like this. I look at it like, okay, I'm still connected to the spiritual realm. That's how I look at it. I look at it like a blessing. Like, okay, I'm not locked out of God's, I'm not locked out from God. That's how I see it. Like, I'm not locked out of the spiritual realm. But I understand how it can be creepy. It's like I just dreamt about you. And then if you go speaking this stuff out loud, people be looking at you like you're weird and shit. Like, I ain't weird. I just had a dream and you was in it. God damn it. Before I met you. That don't make me weird. It just means that I'm, psychic. God damn it. Why you gotta look at me like I'm weird? And then they don't tell you that they also had a dream about you too. They never tell you that part. They just start treating you like you weird and shit. Like, are you kidding me? So when they ask me, what are you so happy about? I answer, I know we will die, so I'm at peace. Oh man. I love these conversations. I love this conversation because, like you said, Cat Goddess, I find dream talk and, the spiritual talk, honestly, it's a vast conversation about various different, aspects of spirituality. And I find that to be fascinating also. Because it's like sci-fi to me. It's like quantum realm. It's like quantum physics to me. And I think I was previously a scientist in one of my lives. In one of my previous lives, I was definitely a scientist. And so this stuff really is really interesting to me too. Okay. So does anybody else have any questions or what? You begging for a bitch to have a blow up. Meanwhile, you've been out here crashing and spazzing and showing your ass and embarrassing. You know that the cameras are flashing, trying to catch us clashing, slacking. Like we do this something regular, but this ain't regular. Listening to our words are so funny because it's like when we were talking about earlier, it's just like some people just expect to just walk around this earth and just be doing shit, and they just think that it's never gonna. When it happens to them, they act like they got their chest shot at or something. Oh, but when you was doing it to me, it was fine though, right? What I do it to you is, you're so disrespectful. You're doing this to me. Oh, okay. You don't believe in equality, I see. All right. I have one, how to handle the current lies from people trying to run me down. And why are they so ambitious about it? What is you talking about? It was definitely loaded. That was a loaded question. Who tried to run you down? What's going on? I'm supposed to be answering that with the tarot, huh? I be nosy. I want to know what's going on. Tell me more. Girl, tell me the details. Tell me what's going on. No, I feel good. After I had that tea, actually, I feel much better right now. So I'm good. I just be wanting to know the tea. I want to know the details surrounding the scenario. Oh, nosy stuff. So what do I need to know right now? What I might not expect or see coming potentially. Coffee time for me. Okay. So who came in first? Which one came through first? Let me see. Okay. Oh, Molly Strand came in first. Okay. All right. So give me 1 second because I don't know why I started this game right in the center of our conversation, but you know, sometimes we do things that don't make sense. I think I'm just trying to. My mind is. I feel like I got some things to process here because we just had a conversation that really like when you say Cat Goddess that the concept of dreamscapes, dream world that really intrigues you. It really is fascinating to me too. Like it's one of those things that just really is very interesting to me, and so now I'm trying to like. I think my mind is processing like what we just discussed and. Okay, let's see here. Let me go back to your question. Forgive me for that little, moment of silence there. Sometimes I just need to, it's like my mind is processing information. And sometimes it's not just like the physical conversation that we've just had. It's spiritual knowledge, spiritual awareness, spiritual information, spiritual downloads come at me at all the different times. And it's so funny because my mom was here for my son's graduation. And so I think this was one of our first time like really talking about, because it's like one of our times really talking about like some of her spiritual stuff. And it was like so brief. It was like this much conversation about it. But it was enough for me to know that she has always had certain experiences too that maybe like because the generation that she grew up in was never really like open to, it was either you were either in the church and religious, just a regular person outside of the church and just living regular life, or you had to be like a witch. Like there was no in between. There was no build up to the scenarios. There was no in between just being a spiritual person or whatever. But there's always been that spiritual awareness. Like as a people, we've always had that spiritual understanding, spiritual awareness, right? But I think that it wasn't talked about a lot, or it wasn't communicated as a concept in Black American homes anyway. Now, obviously, there's some that did, and many didn't though. And my family was one of those that didn't really. It wasn't one of those things that we were like, if it wasn't religious based, it wasn't a conversation. Like it was. I did always tell my mom like if I had dreams about stuff or whatever, and we would just talk about it, and I would just tell the dream, and it was just like left there. It wasn't like we didn't go into it as an occultic conversation or what's the meaning behind it. It happened like that. It was more. It stayed more on the physical level. And so when my mom came down for my son's graduation, she kind of mentioned some stuff which I felt like interesting because it's like, when you're watching change happen in real time, it's like, I just felt like at that moment, like I was watching my mom, like it was like her understanding was shifting in that moment, and I was watching it happen in real time. So it was just kind of interesting to see and watch. And to me, I don't know, I enjoy when I see that process occurring with people. So I guess I enjoyed, my mom coming to a realization that she's always been, pretty much had certain awarenesses. and it's not new, and it's not even like the way we were taught to understand these things. Like, it's not even that. Right. All right, let me get to your questions. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for this conversation. It's been very enjoyable for me. I appreciate that. Okay. By the way, we are using the, what is this, gold foil tarot deck. It's got the gold on the sides. It's the pink, what is this, hieroglyphic type of vibe. And do you guys remember in the Matrix? And remember how in the Matrix, Neo had to like physically request an update or an upload or like of my contacts? Or these, okay, these, the cards. Yes. I love it too. Pink. This is my favorite color, pink. Fuchsia pink. And I was on TikTok shop and I saw a couple, no, it wasn't TikTok shop. I think I went and bought these on Amazon. And I think I bought these on Amazon, but they are available on TikTok shop also, by the way. And I was just like, I gotta have me some pink stuff. So my mission is to get a bunch of pink shit, okay? So like the next man that I have, the next boyfriend that I get or whatever, he's gonna come into my home and experience the pink room, okay? It's gonna be like the pink spot. So it's gonna be a lot of pink shit going on in there. So I already have like a cutting board and a knife. I got a cutting board and knives that are pink. I got sheets. I don't have the comforter that's pink yet, but I'm gonna get it. I've got pillows, pillowcases, stuff like that. So now I don't particularly even want a pink couch, although I've seen one that I really love that's really cute, but I don't particularly want that. But now if it's gonna be a pink house, then I gotta get a pink couch. Then I gotta like pink it out. We'll see. Anyway, focus. Sorry. So let's see here. All right, Spirit, clear and concise messages. I want to all right, Spirit. All right, so let's see what your question is again. How to handle the current lies from people trying to get me down, and why are they so ambitious about it? I don't know. That question is kind of an interesting way of asking. What's going on over there? Who's trying to run you down? Who's trying to run you down? Who's trying to run you down to Chinatown? So going back again, because I feel like I need this to be in the formulated properly for me, for my mind. My mind has to like processing. Okay, so how should I handle the current lies from people trying to run me down? I mean, okay, I guess so. Outside of tarot, right, and just logic based, What lies? And if there are lies, why are you participating? Right? Like if you're absolutely 100% sure there's lies, like you saw the evidence, right? You was there. Then why are you participating? All right, moving forward, I'm going to stop with my logic talk because I know you want the tarot. You don't want nothing that I got to say logically. You don't want my logical conversation. You want the tarot. Fine. Fine. Give me a second to read. It's case by case. How is it holding you back? How? Okay. 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 All right. Do me a favor and type your question one more time for me. I know I can go back to the previous question, but I feel as though I need that question to evolve. Okay? I need that question to evolve because to me, it kind of seems like, what do you mean? You know? All right, Spirit, clear and concise. We're waiting for that updated version of the question to come through. I got you. I'm shuffling in your energy now. Spirit, clear and concise messages. Progress, progression. The Tower card, okay. So as I'm waiting, I'm shuffling and I'm, just pulling out, whatever energies fall out, is falling out. I see this 3 of Pentacles wants to sit on my table for you. So why is this group so ambitious about running me down? What is not seen? Gotcha. Okay. I like that one better. That feels a little bit more aligned with the information that I can gain. So I think that this is something that you already mentioned, right? Because it's coming out in the cards now, which is just basically showing me it's a progression. Okay, I'm not a progression, but like a confirmation of like what you were feeling. We've got, let me show you the cards we've got. Hold on. Put those to the side. The first card that came out was the 3 of Pentacles. Now this did come out prior to the reframing of your question, okay? I want you to know that. Next up, what came out after the reframing of the question was the this is the 10 of Wands. Now, when I saw this card, I actually kept picking up the energy of the 7 of Swords, by the way. Okay, I want you to know that. I'm going to put this here. And then the next card that came from the bottom of the deck is this is the 4 of Pentacles. Okay, now the original feeling that I was getting before I realized that this is actually the 10 of Wands, okay, is that this was about kind of like escaping of progress, right? So this is looking like others wanting you to escape your progress. And I know that the answer came out backwards, right? But that's how sometimes how the spiritual messages come out is backwards. They don't sound right, but it's saying what it's saying. Basically saying just stop your progress, right? But mind you, that was when I was not assuming, but I was picking up the 7 of Swords energy here. This is actually a 10 of Wands. So the 10 of Wands energy brings about the energy of a burden, a heavy burden, carrying a weight or stressing or struggling. I feel like this is really more about stressing about something. So this could come in the regard of you could be stressing about something that really is irrelevant. Yeah, let me tell you something. My spirit got let me tell you something. My grandmother, she was like no holds bars. Okay, she wasn't one to mince her words, nor was she one to play around with you. Okay, if she was gonna call you a fat motherfucker, she was gonna call you a fat motherfucker to your face. Okay, and she wasn't going to mince her words. and you wasn't gonna misunderstand what she was gonna say. You fat motherfucker. She was gonna say just like that, right? Okay, you fat stacky bitch. She would say it something like that, right? Like, so she was never gonna be missing her words, and you know, you wasn't gonna never misunderstand her, okay, in that regard. So I'm saying that because when my messages come out, they come out like that, right? Like they sometimes, obviously, if the energy is confused, like just to begin with, then it might come out confused. But for real, usually the messages come out like that. Okay, you fat stinky bastard, right? Like, you know, my grandma was, and I'm thinking about a specific argument that my grandmother had with this guy named Robert. Right, his name was Robert, and he would come over. He lived around the corner, and I don't know the depth of the relationships, connection, and all that all those adults had at that time. What I know is that Robert lived around the corner, and he would come over, and they would play spades, sometimes into the middle of the night, and sometimes my grandma would get upset at him and start, you know. Or he would, I don't know what, you know how I get when they playing spades, girl. You know, you fat stacky bastard. You basically, she was never gonna hold the words, okay? She was always gonna say what was needing to be said at that moment and that time, okay? Anyway, get to the point. Look, you could be holding yourself worried about shit you ain't supposed to be. You ain't got no business worried about that, right? For lack of better words. Some of the shit that be going on with other people at your business, okay? And that's just it, and that's all, okay? Moving forward, we're going to look at these other cards that came out also. So we have the Moon card here with the Page of Wands, as well as the Three of Cups. And that was a real conversation. When I'm saying you fat snacky bastard, that was a real thing that my grandmother said to a man named Robert. It's something, something very much in that realm, okay? Something very much in that realm. She definitely said those words to that man, okay? And his feelings was hurt and all that, but she wasn't missing her words. And, you know, he was back playing spades again not too long after that. So, you know, I guess it didn't hurt too bad. So we got the Moon card here. This is some sort of either third-party energy, secret, or some clarity being brought forth. So yeah, you're seeking clarity, obviously. I feel as though Spirit is going to support this clarity coming through. So you actually, there's three. Look at this. This is the Three of Cups. Now the Three of Cups, often when it comes to me, it comes off as the three sisters. Now, obviously this is a man and those are two women. This is three people though. So this is involving three people. Also, because the Moon card also represents the three people as if it were the Three of Swords. The Moon card often represents that 1, 2, 3 here. It's really four energies. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the sun. I'm sorry, because of the moon, but it's three. So there's threes here. Something in multiples of three. So it could be three people, three sisters, three brothers, three friends. Something about three people involved here. So this could be like a third party type vibe, third party situation here. Either way, Spirit does support the clarity of this environment, of the situation. So I feel as though if you have not been fully clarified on this, there will become the Wheel of Fortune bottom of the deck, as well as the Six of Cups here bottom of the deck, as well as the World card. So there is clarity coming towards this situation very soon. Okay, let's get some more information. Let's find out more. Spirit, what other clarity do you have? Hey, Awakened Hustle, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have the Hermit card as well as the King of Swords. So somebody's ghosting, Aquarius energy and Virgo. Virgo and Aquarius is right here. Okay, Virgo and Aquarius energy is present right now. It just popped out with the Hermit card and the King of Swords, okay? The double card, Capricorn energy here. Judgment card is Scorpio. So, bear with me while I listen, okay? So because the moon card is here, there is something that is obscure within this situation or this scenario. I feel like there is some obscurity here. This could mean a couple of things. I'm going to run down a couple of scenarios. Keep in mind, it could be any of these or it could be something else. There could be some sort of cloaking spell or some sort of hex or some sort of spell that causes you to not have clarity of the things that you're seeing, that or others to have clarity of what they're seeing, which could mean that things are not in their right places. So there could be a spell that could be making you look at one person in the opposite way that you should be looking at them. That's one scenario. Another scenario could be that there is the thing that is hidden will become clear to you. Okay, there is a hermit. So there's a hermit. There's a hermit here. A person who was a hermit or ghosted, or you ghosted, or something of that nature with the King of Swords here as well. It was a clear cut. It was like strong. It was like you completely shut that shit down, right? I keep getting the feeling that there is like something you don't know though. Like there's something that is hidden from you. There's a bit of information that's hidden from you that would change your response to the scenario, that would change how you behave, that would change how you act, if it was not a hidden thing. The Devil card is here. I feel like there's a jealous person. There's somebody that's jealous here. This could be somebody angry, but more jealousy is coming out than angry. There's somebody that's jealous in this scenario. Somebody's jealous of you or of like the other person that you're dealing with or other people that you're dealing with. Somebody is jealous of someone specifically. This is the type of jealousy in which somebody would want your fortune to change in a way. Like, let's just say, for instance, you found a person that really in real life, like you love them and they love you deeply, and or they love you and you love them, and it just seemed like it was like something that just fell out the sky, right? Like it seemed like a fucking fairy tale, right? And I know we don't believe in fairy tales because fairy tales are not real. However, semblances or factions of fairy tale can be true. And what I mean by that is this: some portions of how a fairy tale may occur can really occur in real life. Maybe it's not the whole thing. Like maybe the fairy tales tell us that you meet the perfect man and the perfect girl and everything's just perfect. Everything's just peachy cream. Ain't gonna be no sadness, ain't gonna be no arguments, ain't gonna be no disagreements. But in reality, you gonna disagree with this motherfucker, because if you don't pick them motherfucking socks up off that ground, right? It's an illusion that there just will never be any disagreements, or there like everything will just be completely. That's not true. Nigga, if you don't pick them socks up, it's gonna be me and you, okay? All right. If I see pants kissing and hugging the outside of the basket one more time, I'm about ready to throw hands. And not really. I don't really want to throw hands at you, but I'm irritated. Like, are you kidding me? Fix it, Jesus. Okay? The point that I'm trying to make here is that there is somebody that's jealous enough to not want you to see things clearly. Or vice versa, right? It could be the opposite way. It could be either way. But there's some jealous person here that doesn't want things to be seen clearly. And so they may introduce conflict. They may introduce doubt. They may introduce fear. They may introduce one of the ways. So I told you guys I've been watching these Asian movies, right? And a lot of them are based in like reborn theories. Like, oh, they reborn, and you know, they last life. They was with this person and got beat to death, and they go back to like a specific day where before they choose that person, they decide to choose a whole different, person. But one of the things that I noticed in those scenarios, okay, is that there's always an antagonist. There's always somebody that creates these storylines that have nothing to do with reality. Like maybe let's just say, so recently, let me think about something where I was watching. So one of the movies I was watching, and the girl would so there would be two women, and this is the dynasty era where, like there would be emperors and empresses, and like they can have wives and concubines and all that. So maybe like the concubine might be like acting all delicate and shit like that, not being delicate at all, but acting that way in front of the emperor or the empress or the prince, the princess, right? And the one that they are antagonizing, which is the one that they are jealous of, they make it look like they are violent, like they are harmful, like they're trying to harm them. In reality, they're not. So what they would do is some shit like maybe the antagonist would grab the arm of the person that they're jealous of, and then they're next to water, and then they would just fall back into the water. They fall back into the water and make it look like that other person pushed them into the water. Okay. Now, I'm watching this because I realized it's so funny. Me watching these things, it's so funny because, like, I don't do shit like this. Like, I have been such a straight up individual that I don't even realize how manipulative other people, like, spend their time just being manipulative for no fucking reason, right? Just because they want to have an upgrade for whatever reason. I don't know, but I had never spent my time behaving like this. So watching it be like, and then for them to fall for it every time. It's like, you fall for this bullshit, right? The point that I'm trying to make is that what they do is they cause, they try to discredit you. They try to introduce doubt about you. They try to make it look like you're this vicious person that you're not. They create scenarios and situations, or they create environments where it can allow you to respond in a way because you're tired of the fuck shit, right? Literally, you're tired of the fuck shit, okay? Nigga, this bitch been playing you the whole time. You think I'm the one that's the bullshit. You know, you think I'm the one that's on some bullshit. This bitch been falling in the water, been slapping herself and making it look like I slapped her. Like, this bitch is crazy, right? Like, it's that hoe, right? And the man or the other person just cannot see that this person is on some fuck shit, right? But that's what this is. This is the introduction of all of those types of things where it causes doubt towards you or about you or for you, or vice versa, right? Because it could be the other person. The other person could be the one that is looking shady because some other person has created doubt in your mind about that person, right? So keep in mind, it can go the other way. That's what's created here, and that's what I'm feeling. So there's a jealous person. This is what this is all about. This is a jealous person. This person is very potentially possessive, but I'm feeling more jealous and envy than anything. I feel like this person is really, it's like they could be somebody that does create those scenarios. Like, bitch, ain't nobody push you in no goddamn water. Ain't nobody, what? You grabbed my hand and then fell back. Are you kidding me? And you can't see this shit? Like, you can see, you know, you can see that I did not push her. So yeah, there's that. That's going on here. There's a secret element here. So there is a secret hidden element here that you're dealing with. And also, it's like somebody trying to, it's hindrance. Basically, it's hindrance, okay? Judgment is here. There's hindrance that causes conflict. Okay, there's hindrance that causes conflict. This jealousy, though, this is the main character. The main character, even though this main character came from the bottom of the deck, even though this main character was not like dealt on the thing, this is the energy that's most potent. This energy is most potent here with this devil card, which is very jealous. It's a very jealous energy, a very jealous spirit person. You can see the eyes are red, so it's like it's like, for them to see this little loving situation right here, it's like, dun, 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 dun. It's like, no, I have a fall over my dead body, like type vibes, right? But that's what it is, you know. It's literally the energy of some jealous energy that just does not want to see you succeed with this person, or this does not want to see you succeed. It doesn't even have to be with another person. It could just be you. They don't like you. They don't want you to succeed in anything you do. It doesn't have to be about this whirlwind love that you got. You know, it could be just, I don't like you, bitch. All right. So, you know, make sure that you are protecting yourself spiritually, and also calling back your energy, and also, you know, making sure that you're calling back your energy in all realms, all spaces, all factions, all opportunities, making sure that, you know, nobody's negative energy is penetrating your auric field, things of that nature is just really important. Okay, Spirit, is there any final messages here? And what's your next portion of this question? God gave you a 30-minute breed, girl. See, that's my problem. That's why I don't be making no money in this shit, because I be over here giving y'all free readings on live. That's the problem right there. All right, donations are welcome. Bitch kicked my kneecap. No, seriously, like, and that's the thing. It'd be like the way that it be looking on these movies. Now, you'd have kicked me. Now I got to slap the shit out of you and you'd have fell in the water because you kicked me. If you hadn't kicked me, okay, you wouldn't have got slapped shit out of. We wouldn't be here today, okay? We wouldn't be in this scenario. Okay, we wouldn't be here today. You're welcome. You're welcome. So listen, the three sisters though, that's interesting because I feel like there's three people involved, three parties involved here. Is bringing me back to an energy that I met years, maybe like a year ago or 2 years ago. It was the three sisters energy, and that's very heavily from this Three of Cups here also. So keep that in mind as well. It's three people, three energies. Okay. Or multiples of three even, because the moon card is here also. You know this already because the High Priestess is here. So it's not something that you're oblivious to. Maybe you are just kind of not fully aware of how to navigate. It is important for you not to fall into despair related to kind of the things that are occurring around you, because of the fact that when you're in that despair energy or in that kind of depression energy, basically it just steals your ability to heal the scenario, fight the scenario, and protect yourself from the scenario. So you have to do this is where you have to be really, really mentally capable and mentally strong. And this is why I talk about this a lot with people, especially, you know, on this channel. I always talk about how, hey, look, I get it. You know, there are people who are doing shit that's pissing you off, right? But also, you don't have to agree to get pissed off too, right? That's for your own good. I when I talk about that, there was a period of time where I was having some people come and comment on my page, and I could see the demon spirit coming up out of them because as soon as I said like certain little small things, something I would say is so simple, and they would just snap. And are you good, nigga? Like, what's really good? What's going on over there? Like, why are you just snapping so fast, right? So when you're in a very highly agitated state, and you just like popping off. And keep in mind, we all go through ebbs and flows in lives, right? So I had a moment too where a couple months back, maybe about a year ago specifically, I was snapping. What? I think I had just gotten done with just, you know, allowing, just let's just slide. Because for a long time, just let's just slide, like whatever, because it wasn't no big deal, like whatever. It ain't nothing to a fucking boss, basically, okay? But I was just letting shit slide for a little bit. Eventually, I was like, you know what? I'm about to snap. Next time nothing motherfucker say anything related to this, I'm snapping, right? And I had made that decision for myself to just pop off, right? Now, but the importance of being able to keep your responses, your mental, your emotional in check is that sometimes you aid the castings when you are allowing yourself to remain in specific energies, right? So one of these, so there was like a good 5 years where I was being cursed, hexed. I mean, negative energy was just coming at me, okay, from different, you know, from directions. And this, I learned, it was very important for me to go through this stage because it really heavily taught me about spell work and how it works energetically. And one of the things that I captured in one of those sessions was that the spell work can't work unless you agree for it to work, one. And two, it cannot gain strength unless you allow yourself to sit in whatever energy it is that you are supposed to sit in according to that other person that's casting upon you, right? So let's just say somebody wants your life to fall apart, right? Well, if you fall into a depression and you allow yourself to stay in a depression, well, it'd be easier for your life to fall apart and stay falling apart, because the longer you let yourself sit in depression, the harder it is to get out of it. Okay. Personal experience. So this is why you have to learn the modalities that are necessary so that you don't stay stuck in energies that keep you spiritually open and spiritually vulnerable. I think that's all you needed to know. All right, what's next? Yep, because then we have the Page of Pentacles is here and the Ace of Wands. So new spiritual energy, okay. I feel like this is also new foundations from your spiritual path as well. Your spirit is also offering you new spiritual avenues, new spiritual connections potentially, and healing through that, okay? There's healing coming through all of these experiences that you're going through, but you have to see through the bullshit too. Like this is why, another thing, following your intuition, this is why you have to see through those things, because these are things that teach you how to build that spiritual muscle, okay? All right, that's what you needed to know. All right, who's next? Yes, Cat Goddess. Sorry about that. So these people don't deserve anything related to my inner core, so they can't reach me with that, right? Well, see, that's, so sometimes you know, sometimes it goes deeper than that, right? Like sometimes it goes deeper than them deserving your spiritual energy or whatever. Sometimes it's that you yourself still somewhere in your mental space, or still somewhere in your energetic space, or still somewhere in your emotional space, you still have some sort of acceptance or allowance for those types of energies to come in. And I want you to be clear that sometimes the same people can present themselves to you in different ways because of how you see things. Okay. Maybe it's that you even have an awareness of this concept. You know what I mean? Like sometimes just your awareness of the potential of that being the case could be the reason why it exists. Meaning that sometimes we cause the existence of specific ideals, ideologies, or concepts because it's in our mind. It exists here. And sometimes the outside people, like I said, remember your outside existence is only a confirmation of what's going on in here and in here and here and then in here, right? Like it's only confirmation, right? But that confirmation changes once you change here and here. So keep that in mind, okay? All right. Okay, Cat Goddess, thank you, babe, for your patience and the rest. Come on through. Let's get your question out the way. Let me spray something because I really feel like I need to clear the energy here path. I need to clear the energy path. I don't got no gloves, do I? I think I gave it a Ooh, sorry. Ooh, my bad, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Let me get my shit together. All right, 1 second. Let me grab let me grab this spray real quick. Let me spray. Reset the energy here. Okay. Two things, family and row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. That is a part of the message, by the way. Yeah, that's the fuck is wrong with you? This is a good time for me to exit screen left, okay? Because the fuck? Did that happen in real life to you? Yes, you said I've experienced that a couple times. See that? See that? See that? See that? Something wrong with that, man, and you ain't read it soon enough. Now this motherfucker fell in love and you got to deal with that. That is the worst. What? I done managed to let this motherfucker fall in love with me, and this motherfucker was doing crazy shit in the beginning. I thought that was just his length. No. All of that shit. No, nigga. What are you doing? What is going on with you? Good? Got a couple screws missing in it. This nigga's loose sometimes. Some loosen now. Hey, don't be into doing no crazy shit now. Hey, just fix it, okay? Jesus, fix it. All right, cat goddess. I don't know why row, row, row your boat came into the message, but I don't know if you, I feel like it's related to something, somebody specific. I feel like it's related to a specific person. Obviously, childhood is coming up, you know, with roll, roll, roll your boat, but I feel like it's more than what you assume. Like it wasn't just a nursery rhyme. That maybe that specific nursery rhyme may relate to a specific time, a specific event. This could be potentially could be somebody that's passed on, okay? But it doesn't have to be also. We have the 10 of Pentacles and the 2 of Pentacles here. Balancing of the financial structure of the family structure. At the bottom of your deck here, I am seeing a Lover's card and a 2 of Cups. And an 8 of Cups underneath that. Yeah, I get it. Hey, listen, you know, sometimes those endings are so tough. You know, like, so tough. I'll tell you, like, it took me years to get emotionally strong enough to be able to have a conversation with my estranged husband, letting him know that it wasn't going to be what we thought it was going to be, right? It took a lot of time for me to, it took a lot of time, and it took a lot of go around, a lot of cycles, a lot of cycles around that merry-go-round to become emotionally strong enough to be able to disconnect myself in the way that I have been able to recently disconnect. And that came with a lot of pain. That came with a lot of tears. Okay. That came with a lot of, and not all in one time, obviously, over time, death by 1,000 cuts, by 1,000 paper cuts, you know? I'm assuming the reason here is, I'm not sure if you've gone through a breakup or if you've had somebody, somebody that was strong. You know, this was a very strong connection here. This was a very strong connection. It might have been a long-term connection or just one that was really strong. It felt long-term, you know, like it felt like this person's been here the whole time, and maybe not, but this could even be some passing. Now, I'm also getting another scenario here. Earlier we were talking about how I was able to notice a pattern where it was like a generational pattern. You might have that same thing here too, or maybe like your mom or your grandma or something like that may have gone through some of the very same experiences that you've had, or you might have seen this with them and decided to not go that route, right? But it kind of still remains to be the same here. Let's talk about what actually is here, right? Because I was deep underneath the deck to see that pain here. That pain is buried in there. It's buried deep down. So it's something that you don't really, it's not something that's at the top of your to-do list to deal with every day. But I do have a 2 of Cups, the Lover's card, and then the 8 of Cups, right? So I'm gonna put that 8 of Cups down. I'm just gonna look at here the 2 cards that were the first 2 cards that were at the bottom of the deck, which is the Lover's card and the 2 of Cups here. You know, this symbolizes a love. I feel like true love wants to come out. I feel like this is a very true love here. A connection that was genuine. It was family, like a family unit here. Okay, so it feels very strong family unit, needing balance, love and lovers. There is a walking away happening here, right? But in the grand scheme of it all, what does this all mean? Why are all these cards showing up and showing themselves to me now? Let's find out more. The Temperance card. You need to heal this. Yep, you've got to heal this. This is you almost have to alchemize the scenario or the energy. So maybe there's a past pain or hurt, or even you might be going through that now, or you may have, experienced that recently. You are needing to transmute that energy. So that's what the purpose is for you now. That's what you should be doing. You should be heavily learning how to transmute the energy. What that looks like. I don't have another cup, but I'll just show you guys like this. Just pretend this is a cup and this is a cup. What is that doing? That's mixing and mixing those energies together in order to change the composition of that formula, right? Let's say Kool-Aid. How do you make Kool-Aid? You need water, you need some food coloring, you need some sugar in, right? Some sugar. Once you start mixing those things together, it becomes a different thing. It's no longer water, right? Once you put the Kool-Aid pack in there and the sugar in there, it's no longer water. Now it is Kool-Aid, right? Whereas before you just had water and then you had some food coloring and this little powder stuff and you had some sugar. In order to alchemize that and change the composition of the drink, you have to mix it up and mess it up, right? This is about you needing to transform something. I feel like you need to transmute some energy. This could be the pain of the past or heartbreak, or you need to transmute whatever experience that you have had into this right here. I feel like this is really what's there for you, but somehow it's missing. Maybe you've walked away from something, they've walked away, or there's some sort of walking away that's happened here. But I feel like you're in a loop. This feels like a loop. It feels like a time loop. There's the loop. There's the loop right here. I feel like this is a time loop for you, a time loop that you have to break it. It's like you have to break the spell. There is a spell here. And at the end of the day, the cards that are placed in front of me right now are happy cards, no bad cards. But because I now dig deep under here in these deck, I know what's inside it all. Right? They talk about a happy house, a house that's empty on the inside, right? Kind of like that, here. This song right here is coming out for me. A lot of people today are walking around in life as if you can walk away from scenario and that is just it. But the reality is, you still walk away with who you have been, the behaviors that you hold, and if you feel that you are constantly running into the same situation or same scenario, there's something that you need to look at within the self. You have to. At the end of the day, every person that you meet and every person that you meet with unresolved issues, every person that you meet with hurt and heart and heartbreak and pain, you are building up karma through those interactions. You're creating karma, right? Now, some situations, obviously, we're ending and closing out karma, but you are also creating karma as well. So that's something to remember. That's got to be an important faction of connections and relationships as well. Okay, so this is why you should do your damnedest to do all that you can do. Okay. All right. I don't know why that wanted to come out, but that's what we're looking at. A house is not a home here, right? And a house is not a home. That's not working. The Ace of Swords is here with the Justice card. Look at that. Justice card. Justice coming all out. Balancing the scales. Karma. Reaping what you sow. Playing the hand you were dealt type vibes, right? But truth here. So this also means this is about being truthful and honest with yourself. Okay? Looking deep in to find that self-awareness within yourself. Being honest with yourself. Being deeply honest with yourselves. This requires you to look past your own hurt and pain to see further into a scenario. To see further into scenarios, to really have understanding. That requires you to look beyond your own self. Okay? And it's hard to do that if you feel pain, or if you're feeling pain right now. Sometimes it can be hard to do, but it's necessary in order for you to get beyond where you are right now. Okay? Because at the end of the day, it's always about elevating. It's always about getting further. At the end of the day, it is always about being able to move beyond where you currently are standing. And a lot of times you're currently standing where you are because you can't get past the pain. Because you can't move through the pain, and you have to move through the pain, unfortunately, and it hurts and it's sad, but you got to get through that pain in order to get on the other side of what pain looks like, so you can understand what it's like to triumph over that and recognize the beauty of those situations, connections, and to be able to experience love again, or to experience, connection again. In order to experience connection again, genuine connection again, which you have ability to do so, you have to go through the pain, unfortunately. And it can be difficult. Sometimes the pain that you have is deep. And sometimes you'll find, though, that there's a solution on the other end of that too. So, you got to take this with a grain of salt. I don't really know the scenario, but what I do know is what I'm seeing here. What I'm seeing here is that you do have to move through that. You've got something that you've got to move through that you may be trying not to move through. You may be, trying to. I said, still in love. Still in love. Are you gonna be in love with me? That's a problem. I want you and need you to be still in love with me. The problem with that is this. If you stop feeling, then you become calcified. Baby, you become calcified. It becomes harder and harder for you to have access to your intuition and to your spiritual abilities and spiritual capabilities. Well, still in love. Now, that all depends upon the type of pain that we're talking about, right? Like, at the end of the day, the way in which you would move through different forms of pain are going to be different, right? Like, if we're talking about other pains, like we're talking about dealing with SA. Like, if we're talking about dealing with SA, that's you're gonna heal. You're gonna have to, experience that or heal that in a different way than we're talking about just basic, love relationships, breaking up with things like that. Like, dealing with that pain is going to be different than dealing with heartbreak pain from breaking up with somebody or being cheated on or things like that, right? And there's an awareness to that, right? Now, also, you know, keep in mind, like sometimes the experiences that we have in life are stacked, right? Like they're stacked. So we've dealt with this, we've dealt with SA, we've dealt with, you know, cheating, we've dealt with, you know, physical abuse, we've dealt with, you know, abandonment, you know, from people who shouldn't abandon us, you know, like when you have stacked pain and stacked traumas that you have not dealt with, then you could become calcified, which could make it very difficult for you to really be able to access your own spiritual capabilities, right? So we have to keep in mind these things can create hindrances for us, but also they can open us up too, right? So the pain that we go through can also open us up too. You know, I can't feel anything. Turns into anger. There you go. There you go. So Maestran says sometimes that turns into anger, which it does. It becomes bitter energy, right? The issue with, you know, at the end of the day, here's something that I've also kind of gained in awareness as well, is that over the last few years, is that sometimes, like for instance, if your pain is turned into bitter energy, right? At some point you should want to, you not want to, but at some point you should learn how to move through that energy so that you can still experience love and all, or just connectedness, or even just something different than bitterness, right? But by having gone through that experience, it teaches you how to know, understand, recognize, feel, you know, that energy. And so when it comes to magic and spell work, that's a very valuable piece of information too, right? Like, because if you're able to, um, you know, tap into that energy at will, this is all beneficial to your spell work, right? Like at the end of the day, you know, so I've learned to be better, able to better respect the various different energies, even if I don't fully understand them, by way of allowing myself to fester in those energies. I don't particularly fester in shit. I ain't about to fester in anything, right? But those energies are particularly useful when it comes to, for instance, let's say, and here's the thing. This is why I like to be careful when we have these conversations, because it is very important. This is why gatekeeping our spiritual techniques, our ancestors gatekeeping our spiritual techniques was so important, because when certain people get access to information, or when certain people get access to certain energies, they misuse it, right? But if you are not misusing this energy, and you have experienced something that puts you in a space where you have felt anger, bitterness, resentment, and you able to dig into that, and you stayed there for a long time, you know, became mean and surly because of it, that might make you actually particularly very strong when it comes to hexing and cursing in that energy. However, it is important always to remember, you know, to have respect for the spiritual realm. Like I just, that's just how I feel. You know, I feel as far as the laws of the universe, I follow the laws of the universe, right? So I believe in having that basic respect for the spiritual realm and spiritual modalities and spiritual concepts and things like that, right? But there are some people who don't teach that, right? Or they teach it the opposite way. They do what you want to do, right? Which is fine. I don't judge anybody for how you think and feel. Now, like I said, when it comes to your magic, those energies can be particularly very potent and very helpful for you when it comes to your spell work. So that's a bit of tidbit information as well. Well, I see not feeling anything as a strength. If I don't feel I can move on, or if something doesn't work out, deuces, right? No, I get that. Being able to disconnect and detach from things. That's so when you talk about not being able to feel anything, I'm not looking at it like that. I'm not looking at it like being able to disconnect from a connection or relationship. I'm looking at it like, ultimately, one of our human experiences that we sometimes come here to experience, and I won't say always, because maybe you didn't come here to experience that. Maybe you came here to experience resentment and anger and bitterness, right? So it's no judgment from here, from me to you, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all here for different purposes. We all have different strengths. We all have different weaknesses. We all have different things that we can specialize in, right? So I don't judge on that. I'm just talking about, you know, some of the things that I've gathered through my experience here, and this is actually really important because just yesterday or the day before yesterday, I feel like there has been a constant energy to try to disconnect the energy of love and try to disconnect people from connectedness and things like that. And I was shown that is the reason why I am here, to continue to talk about love and connectedness and having that connection with people and others, right? At the end of the day, my journey and my message might be different than your journey and your message, right? And that's totally okay. I don't dislike or feel the need to disagree with your message. I might not particularly uh, um subscribe to it, right? But anyway, so you may be here with that might be a purpose, right? Like, that might be something that you specialize in, right? And like I said, it can be very potent when it comes to your magic. And at the end of the day, all magic and every energy is required for some reason or another at different points in time, right? At the end of the day, when you're able to have that anger, bitter, and resentment energy, when it comes to war, that's a good energy to be able to harness, right? But there's more to it, and this is all related to back to what you were saying. You said, I don't look at that as a negative thing because I can detach, right? Well, there's a difference in being able to detach and being able to not feel. That's it. I'm a full stop right there. There's a difference in being able to detach and disconnect and not being able to feel. According to some schools of thoughts, right? That's one of the differences between humans and animals, is that we can feel emotion, right? I think animals feel, you know, some form of emotion, maybe not as we would express it, but anyway, let me go back here. Right. Right. So I don't feel or get emotional. I already win against toxic negative people who like won't change anyway. Um okay, I get it. So it's like just being able to remain detached from, specific toxic energies, which is a very important skill to be able to have. I always talk about the energy of detachment and the ability, these abilities, right? I think it all just depends on the scenario, right? At the end of the day, um, yeah, I'm not even gonna, I don't have any disagreements with what you're saying. I just want to be mindful to put that caveat out there about feeling and not feeling, and also being, because the way I look at it is your magic is the strongest when you're fluid. That's basically what I'm trying to say here. When you're fluid, your magic is going to be its strongest. Because if you can be fluid and be able to step into the energy of anger, resentment, bitterness, hatred, but you don't stay there. Like you can step out of it when when you're done with what you're working with. Those are the strongest magicians right there. Like, those are the strongest, occultists. Those people who can step in and out of emotion, right? And I talk about that a lot on this channel because at the end of the day, like I said, everything has, I feel like every emotion has its day in the sun. Like every emotion, every feeling, every experience that you have is going to have its day in the sun. And it can be very valuable to you, especially when it comes to battling, when it comes to spiritual warfare, when it comes to spiritual battles. I went through several years of spiritual battle and spiritual warfare, right? Where I was literally feeling like it was a constant thing. And I learned how to be on the defense and on the offense. I learned how to operate surrounding that. I learned how to operate in various different ways within that realm. But if I hadn't had the experiences, I wouldn't have had that ability to do so. But instead of like staying in one little space or in one little mindset or one little thing, I moved through it. If I move it through it, now I can spot various different characteristics of different magical workings. I can spot people. Oftentimes, when I meet people and converse with people, I can understand and ascertain who actually is under castings. There's just a lot of things that I learned through that period of time. But sometimes people get stuck and they get stagnated in one little space, and they're unable to evolve. Okay, because they're not actually allowing themselves to move through. I'm done talking. Let me move forward and finish up. Make sure we got all the information out that we needed to get out. I don't know why the row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, like this other dream. And then the house is not a home. There's depression here. I don't know why you're getting this card here, except that it feels that it could be connected to you. I don't know, like maybe I understand, like if you no. Protecting yourself is important, right? It's very important. It's the key to your survival, okay? There's a lot of things to say, but I'm not going to say them because one of the things that I've gathered throughout this period of time is that we have a way about using whatever methods that we have to use at the time that we're going through specific things. And so the ways of thinking, the ways of speaking, the ways of being that you might be using right now might be helping you to get through something that if you didn't have those ways, you wouldn't be able to get through it. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. You use what you have until you have something better. The Sun card. Got it. Got it. Got it. So that's exactly what's going on here. You know, I feel like there definitely is a change of cycle here happening, but at some point very soon, you're going to have to take a leap of faith, right? And I understand the precautions that you have, the apprehensions that may have been built up from the past, but I feel as though you have something here that could use some healing, could use some fixing. Okay, you need to be doing some fixing up here. Maybe it's energetically. Okay. I don't know if you do spells or spell work on yourself or anything like that, but I would say probably doing a healing spell on yourself or like healing work for yourself would be really beneficial to you. And I also feel like one more thing within healing work, which is you have to allow That's what this is about. That is a choice that you have to make, though. And it's nobody's choices to make but yours. And I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to tell you what options you have available to you should you make certain decisions, right? I feel as though you may have been dealing with a blockage of some sort. And this blockage could become in the way of feeling sad or depressed, or even potentially unable to sleep, right? Because that it doesn't have to be look like depression. It doesn't have to look like any of those. It could be just unable to sleep. Insomnia could be it. And that's the first moment I picked that up. Thank you, Spirit. Insomnia. Maybe you're unable to sleep properly. You know, these right here, these magnesium complex will help you have better sleep. So yeah, get that. They have these on Amazon and TikTok Shop. It's the magnesium complex. That can help you with the sleeping. If you're having sleeping issues, maybe you're having sleeping issues because you're dreaming about something that happened that you don't want to remember. Or, you know, one of the things that I found about dreams and dreaming about things that you don't want to dream about is, once again, I always talk about this, going on a bear hunt. Gotta catch a great big bear. I'm not scared. There's grass up ahead. You can't go over it. You can't go under it. You gotta go through it. You have to go through, right? You can't go over, you can't go under, you can't go around. You gotta go through in order to get out of this. So, if you're having nightmares or dreams that are causing you to be unsettled, you may have to do a little bit of coaxing with yourself, you know. But at the end of the day, sometimes you have to allow yourself to go through those dreams and allow those dreams to play themselves out. One, so that you don't have fear of it. Two, so that you can see what happens on the other end. Because sometimes we don't know what's happening. It's like watching a movie that gets good and then you stop watching it, and now you don't know. Let's say you watch a cable TV and you was watching something on channel 23 and you realize it was channel 23, and when the channel changed, now you don't know how to get back to the channel that you was on because it went to channel 162, right? So now you don't know you was on channel. You didn't know you was on channel 23, so you can't go back to channel 23 because you done pushed too many buttons that happened in between that. So now this is all about allowing yourself to go through the journeys, and sometimes they're scary. Sometimes they really are scary because you don't know what's going to happen. One time I had a dream that I got shot. I couldn't sleep through that dream, and then I realized I lived through that scenario or that event. No, I didn't. That wasn't one of those. I had that dream, but I was afraid to go to sleep for a little bit, and then I went back to sleep, and then the future dreams were not like that. They were happening in a different way. So there are some reoccurring dreams, like maybe you have dreams of spiders or something like that. All those have messages, but if you're having a difficulty like getting through it, sometimes you have to know you gotta face it. Face it. All right, I'm done. You good? You got this. Listen, whatever it is that you're dealing with, you got it. First off, you're gonna be able to move through. And I feel like you have something grand and great is waiting for you. Honestly, I feel like it's like you have control over whether or not this beautiful experience comes to you. The Sun card is here. It's like you have that beautiful experience waiting for you to meet it, but you do have to take a leap of faith, and you do need to get some rest. Lack of results or forward movement, in a sense. And when we're talking about emotions, are there specific emotions that you feel like that about, or all emotions? I don't know. I just be sitting here thinking sometimes about, you know, yeah, it sucks when a relationship ends, but the statement, I just understood the statement like a couple days ago. I think it was yesterday or the day before, where I got like a understanding of the statement. It's better to have loved and lost than to never loved at all. And before I used to be like, no, no, right? But then the other day it came to me like that, and I was like, maybe, right? Because I had the experience of knowing what like really loving somebody and somebody also, and I don't consider it real love unless you both were loving each other, right? And so to really love somebody and for them to really love you back and you guys to really love each other, like I think it's a beautiful thing, you know? And while it hurts when it's over and when it's ending and when y'all going through difficult times, the experience cannot be erased. You know what I mean? Those good moments where y'all was just loving each other's face, you know, like those moments where y'all was just in each other's skin. You know what I mean? Like maybe I'm just romantic, you know. Please deposit $9.99. Actually, $5 is fine too, y'all. I was just joking when I said $9.99 specifically, but all right, Doc said $9.99. $9.99 ain't that bad. That's a damn good price still. I don't got that. Let's stop with the bullshit. All right, so let me see. And some people made emotions feel so disgusting to me. I'm almost committed to not feeling myself. Okay, so like, and I think I did ask, like, is it specific emotions or all emotions? Hey, Danny, thank you so much. Try out valerian 1 hour before bed. Carnesia wants a reading. Did I say your name right? Carnesia? So I was wondering about whether or not that is all emotions or just like love. True animals do have emotions. I agree. My mom is like, love has no purpose. Like, but I don't know. I was thinking about it the other day, and it really came to me. It's like, nah, there's a purpose for that, right? Because if you had gone around life and never genuinely felt love for somebody that genuinely felt love for you, you don't know what that experience is. Okay, that's fine. So let me go back because I think I did miss some comments. So if I don't feel or get emotion, I already win against toxic negative people. Okay, yeah, I get that. Okay, yeah, go ahead with your awakened hustle. Is that person even still here? Who's next? Oof, oof. Don't fall. Oof. Ooh, girl. See, I don't know what I was doing. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, they say there's a polar opposite to everything. You know, everything. There's a polar opposite to everything. So, you know. Hey, Fire Spawn, how you doing? Long time no see. People today don't know what real love is. Right, that's true. I feel that last statement that you made about people not validating your inner beauty, not your emotions, right? I think that, there is definitely a skewed concept, but see, that's why, we have to continue to have people who introduce love and like true connectedness into our experience, because yeah, there is a lot of people who, um, it's all about the vanity, it's all about the materialism, it's all about those things, as opposed to the true connection that you build, with a person. And well, there's that. So who was next? So am I waiting for a question to come through, or what's happening here? Because I'm confused. Carnesia. Okay, Carnesia, come on through. What's your question? So it's like and just whole feelings, your feelings things also kind of ruined it for me. Something important in that statement came to me when I read that, and it's about, okay, because like sometimes there's a couple of concepts. Sometimes people have an issue with accountability, and when somebody is presented with a moment in which they can become accountable, they feel offended. Another one is sometimes also people are not just able to just be, right? And at the end of the day, love, when you love something or someone, you love all things, right? It's because true love, like really feeling love, it renders you incapable of not loving things. I don't think that came out right. Let me just rephrase that. You're saying you're numb, and that's what I'm gathering. No, let me just rephrase that. Actually, what I'm gathering from your comments is that you're numb. Okay, that's what I'm gathering. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I have no problem with that. What I'm gathering is that you feel numb. Okay, when it comes to emotions, particularly, is that particularly? I was asking, is that focus particularly for love? Like, is that on all emotions, anger, sadness, hurt, love, connectedness, excitement? Like, is that on all emotions, or is it just on a few or one specific emotion? But anyway, what I'm gathering based on the comments is that you feel numb to emotions. I'm not going to, first off, I'm not going to tell you how to feel, okay? Because you feel how you feel because of the experiences that you've had. And your experiences cannot be invalidated just because I don't understand them, right? And that's something that's important for everybody to have: respect for other people's feelings, or respect for other people's, where other people may feel that they are, because, like I said, I don't know what your experience is exactly. And I don't know, I may not fully understand why your experiences have brought you to where you are today. That's not something that I can decide for you, right? That's something that you have to decide for yourself. I can share my experience with you, and I can also share why my experience has brought me to where I feel a certain way. And I can also hear you and listen to you, or communicate with you about your experience. You can communicate to me about your experiences and why you feel how you feel based upon your experiences that have brought you there, right? And I can make adjustments or make efforts to understand all of that. But I'll never be the one to tell you how to feel. I may not understand how you feel, right? Yeah, Carnesia, are you here, girl? What's the question? So, yeah, I'm choosing to, basically what I'm saying is I respect that you feel how you feel, right? I may not fully understand it, right? But that's easy to misconstrue if I'm not able to talk to you about all of your experiences, right? There's a number of experiences that you've gone through that brought you to where you are today, right? Yeah, I get it. Carnesia ain't here no more, so what are we gonna do? Who's next? Is that everybody? We done? Is you done, or is you done? Is you good? Is you done? Is you? I don't know. So the thing is, like, like, we can make all these assumptions and all that shit like that, but at the end of the day, like, you're the only person that know every experience that you went through that made you feel how you feel in life, right? You know what I mean? Like, you could have been through some terrible shit. You know what I mean? Like, some tragic ass shit. And here I'm talking about, oh, you should feel that way. You should love. Hey, I don't know what's made you feel that way. All I know is that it would be my intention and my greatest, it would be my intention and my greatest, um, effort at allowing you to be who you are in whatever moments, make every effort to understand who and how you are and why you are that way, while also being who I am and allowing you to experience that, right? We run into problems and we run into trouble when we're trying to change each other. And maybe some efforts to change are okay, like, but not to try to change a person's whole being, right? But sometimes, it's okay. Like, if I know that I'm a genuine person to you, um it's okay for me to ask you not to accuse me of not being a genuine person. I think that's okay. You know what I mean? That's a reasonable change, I could say, because I know for sure I'm a genuine person, and I'm asking you not to accuse me of being a not genuine person when I know that I'm a genuine person. But that also comes with a grain of salt as well, because, hey, listen, you may not understand. You have no understanding that I'm a genuine person, and that's your lesson at learning how to appreciate the genuine people that come across you when they come across you. See what I'm saying? Like, we all got our lessons to learn here. We all got shit to do. We all got shit to do. So it's just like only wanting to feel in certain instances or situations. Otherwise, it's just not okay for me personally. It's just how I roll, I guess. I get it. Hey, listen, I am not trying to, make you feel like you got to feel something. You need to feel something today. And if you don't feel nothing, then I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand why you feel that way. I'm trying to gain some clarity on what brought us here. But I'm not trying to tell you how to feel and how to, I did see some things in the cards though, indicating that, there could be a level of adjustments that could be beneficial if you're looking for specific things, right? But maybe you passed that point, shit. Shit, I don't want none of that. It was Oprah. Who was it? Oprah, or I think it was Whoopi Goldberg. I don't want some man in my house. Oh, I never understood that statement until recently, and I went, "Oh shit, I get it, right?" And I don't think that I will settle there forever. I don't feel myself settling there forever, because I believe strongly that there is definitely a man out there who is exactly what I need him to be. I'm sure he is delicious. Okay, delicious. All right, like I just have this knowing that it's just there, and you know what I mean. Like I don't doubt it, but right now I'm not personally there either, so I'm just chilling like a villain. But anyway, yo, look. Your life and your experiences in life have brought you to be where you are and to feel how you feel right now. Whether or not you're able to move through that energy, shift out of that energy, make a change into another vibe or whatever, that's purely up to you. Literally, like nothing and nobody in this energy has the ability to choose for you. You're the only one that gets to choose, right? Okay, well, is that it? Nobody have any questions? Mel, did we do you? Did we do you? We did. We gave you a 30-minute reading. Okay, if anybody else, that's it. Everybody, we're good on our questions. Because it is 5:10. I have been fasting and I'm hungry. Trying to decide if I want to go get some food. Maybe go buy me some bread or something and make a sandwich. I don't even know what I would eat. You're welcome, love. So, a lot of things are happening in life right now. A lot of shifts, a lot of changes. But tonight, keep in mind the new moon. So, what is it that you would like to see accomplished this new moon? Keep that at the forefront. And I think that's it, y'all. I'm about to go on and get in these streets. I'm about to get out of here.
My ancestors will kill you. This is not a game. This is not a joke. Don't violate me. Don't put a spell on me. Don't cheat me. Don't lie about me. Don't try to take advantage of me. Don't fuck with me. My ancestors.
Basically.
That's how I use you. I use,
Okay, I see you, girl.
Please, just don't even ask me nothing. Just think you need to do that. I started to put this shit out since she asked me not to. That would be good.
It's good to see you also. Hopefully you are doing well. Shrimps. What about some shrimps? I don't know. You know what? It does remind me of some salmon though. Like I need to get another grill because I love grilled salmon. Grilled salmon is so delicious. Adjustments. I think I was getting to the point of saying like sometimes like okay, so like this. Okay, so like sometimes you are primed, the way that you behave, the way that you act, the way that you respond, you're primed for a specific thing. So let's say, okay, so let's say right now your main focus is being single. I'm single and I'm not mingling. I'm singling and ain't mingling, right? Well, the way that you operate in a single and not mingling world is going to feel, look different than I'm mingling now. Like I'm in a relationship. I want to be in a relationship, right? They're two different energies. So yeah, when I say that, okay, you shouldn't be you shouldn't be trying to change someone inherently, okay? But at the same time, remember how you operate as a single individual is going to be different than how you operate as a coupling in a relationship, right? There are some adjustments, some slight adjustments you might need to make. And it's not about changing you as a person. It is about changing the way in which you operate, because the way in which you operate right now is kind of like you want to be single. And if you want to be single, that's not the problem. The problem is you trying to operate in a relationship as if you want to be single. And I got a problem with that, because we are supposed to be partnering together. And when we partnering together, how we going to be partnered together, mutual love and beneficial, right? If you operating as if you single. Do you see what I'm saying? So there are some adjustments that need to be made when you make the transition from being single and not mingling to being in a relationship or in a connection with somebody. You got to make some adjustments. Okay? You can't be just snapping at me like that. I'm too sensitive. I don't take kindly or lightly to people just talking shit to me. I don't. Never have, never will. I don't take too lightly, okay, to people snapping at me, cussing at me, talking to me in a not delicate way, because I am a delicate flower when it comes to the person that I love and the person that I'm connected to. Okay, I also don't take too lightly to getting the cold shoulder, especially when it's something that we could have just discussed real quick and it could have been over. See what I'm saying? And you see how, like, yeah, if you're single and not trying to mingle, when you meet somebody and y'all just talking real quick, whatever, it's easy to just cancel and cut them off real quick, because you're not trying to be in a relationship. You're just trying to be single and not mingling, right? But when you're trying to transition into a relationship, you can't just be like that. You can't just be so cutthroat, because we're in a relationship here, okay? A relationship is when two people decide that they're going to work together, come together to work together, to be together. What are you doing? Why are you acting like you don't want to? It's because you don't, right? Like, if you don't, that's fine. But then don't act like it. Like, don't say you do. Don't say you want to do something that you don't really want to do. Feel me? So yes, that's what I mean about adjustments. Adjustments might be needed. You might need to adjust a little bit. You might need to tweak that mindset, the little unnecessary behaviors you've been exhibiting. Trying to cancel a relationship. First off, you don't get into a relationship until you know for sure you want to be in one. You don't just jump into relationships. I mean, that's cool. For some of y'all, that's cute, but that's why you're running into problems. You're running into problems because you're just jumping in shit like it's just, it's just a thing to do. Just gonna jump in some shit. All right? Then you trying to cancel me every time you get mad. How the hell you gonna cancel me every time you get mad? That's a problem. But motherfucker, you just said you want to be in this relationship, didn't you? We're gonna work through it, goddammit. Go sit down on the other side of the couch and shut up. All right, don't tell your person to shut up like that. All right, don't tell them to shut up like that, right? But jokingly, go sit on the other side of the couch and get your attitude together. Fix your face before you come in here. Fix your attitude before you come crossing, trying to talk to me. You know what I mean? But let me tell you something. Me and my estranged husband have been married for 20 years. We've been in a relationship for 21, 22 years? No, 21 years. And then we've known each other for multiple years beyond that, right? He was always a very steadfast energy, though. He never really was like, I'm about to just... It was me that was always like, I'm out of here. Like, I was the runner. She's a track star. It was me, okay? But that taught me also not to be so impulsive with, you know what I mean? Like, not to be so impulsive with my responses and my reactions. It's really, I learned a lot through the relationship. Like, I used to move like every year I had to be in a different location. Like, I just couldn't sit still. And this relationship, I mean, now obviously I feel like, you know, he needs to make a little bit more compromise. I won't sit still that damn long, but also, you know, it kind of taught me how to not be so impulsive with my feelings. And how it taught me was because, you know, maybe like, for instance, I might have ripped up our marriage certificate and that hurt his feelings. Like, what are you doing? Like, this is our marriage certificate. This symbolizes our togetherness, right? And I didn't look at shit like that. Nigga, not together now, motherfucker, right? Like, I was very not here for, I just wasn't, I guess, like I said, I just maybe more impulsive, right? And so it really taught me how to not be so impulsive, because I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to make him feel bad. But it's just, you know, if I was feeling some kind of way, I had to find a way to, you know, to deal with it or to express it, right? So, you know, I did learn that, you know, through this relationship. But there was a lot of things that he was supposed to learn too, you know, through the relationship. And that learning, that knowledge and that information comes through the various different little, you know, trials that you have in a relationship, the various different you know, small battles, you know, small little disputes that you guys have, small discussions that you guys have. Now, we did learn a lot, you know, as far as like communication. I think that from the beginning to the end, our communication definitely got better for a good while. It did end up eventually at the end, once his emotions boiled over, it got worse again. But you know, that was because it was we had in a dark moment, a moment where things were difficult. So something that I can share with you is, when you're ready to get into a situation or a connection, don't be so impulsive about basically that. Right. The cancel culture, that's what it's created from. Cancel culture was created in a time period where a bunch of 20-year-olds was impulsive as fuck, and every time anything irritated them or upset them, they canceling everything. You know what I mean? That same thing with breakups. There's some people out here that they broke up with every person that they ever talked to. Some of the people they break up with because they don't like the way they eat their burgers. I was watching this one video, this one girl on TikTok, and it's funny to watch and listen to, but some people start acting like this in real life. She was like, I had to block this dude because we went on a date and he ate his fries before the hamburger. And while I understand you, sis, I really do. I really do. Also, that's kind of like an impulsive thing, right? Because this person may have that one little quirk that's really bad or really irritates you, but they may have a lot of other really good qualities that you actually need in your life. And I feel like that was represented by, so my husband was very much of a very solid, stable type of energy. And I was, like I said, I was kind of impulsive, and maybe like I was like bouncing, you know what I mean? I was bouncing. So not in relationships though. I even still, like, even back then I didn't like get into relationships easily. My relationships, when I connect, like being in an actual relationship with a person, it took time for me. I didn't those things didn't come fast. They didn't come easily. Um, I feel like I took my time, because to me relationships are something serious. You know what I mean? Like, relationships are not. I don't play with that for some reason. It's something that I take seriously. Something that don't I don't get into lightly. I don't take it lightly, a relationship with somebody. So it takes time for me to realize or understand that I want to be in a relationship with somebody. I feel like it takes the thought, you know what I mean? It takes for me to have thought about what this relationship will look like based on that person's behavior, characteristics, mannerisms, etc. I go through this whole little thing, but throughout the relationship, there were things that I needed to make adjustments with. There were things that he needed to make adjustments with. There's some things that you're not going to change regardless, because it's just who the fuck you are. And that other person just has to decide whether or not that irritating ass thing you do I like you enough to be able to deal with that bullshit, right? Do I like you enough to just ignore it? And that's what it is. That's literally what a relationship is. Just a collection of deciding how much of your bullshit, which parts of your bullshit I'm willing to deal with. There's certain things that I was never willing to deal with from anybody, and a cheating man. Mm-mm. Even though it's funny part is that even though I did experience that with my husband, but he wasn't a cheating man. He was somebody who cheated. He made a mistake. He made a decision one time. I won't call it no mistake. I'll just say he made a decision. That's what it is to me, right? It's a goddamn decision. But that wasn't something that he wasn't constantly out here in these streets. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't constantly cheating. He wasn't doing that. But that's something that I just, I'm not interested in that type of nigga. Cause you know why? That's just like you don't got no respect for my body, do you? Like, you don't give a fuck what's going on in my body, do you? You don't give a fuck if I'm getting sick because your ass out here in the streets. You know what I mean? Like, that is just, yeah. You know what I mean? So like, another part of that relationship thing is that you pick and struggles, right? Like, you find every man has a problem, every woman, every man has a problem. Which ones are you comfortable with dealing with? And the funny part about it is some women don't care if they man cheat. Some women are okay with that. That's fine with them. Like, they're cool with that, and that's cool. It looks like you've got a good situation there for yourself, right? Me though, I don't fuck around with that, because, like I said, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be faithful and loyal to you. I expect the same out of you. You know what I'm saying? And now, if you're gonna be out here cheating, understand you're gonna get what you give in this motherfucker, right? Like, that's with me. You gonna get what the fuck you give, bitch. Now, and I might even give a lot of allowance to you for a good period of time, but one day, one motherfucking day, you gonna reap what the fuck you sow. So that's just life, such is life. But that's just, I know me real well. You know what I mean? I've always been very, very self-aware, and I feel like that's an important part of people in general that would be really good for choosing better partnerships, is knowing yourself. When you know what you're dealing with and what you're not. I know what I'm not dealing with. All that cheating shit, all that trying to think you about to putting your hands on me, you will die before you get to be just randomly. Before you get to try to beat my ass every weekend, I will kill you. I will put you in the grave. Seriously. Not even playing, not even trying to be funny, not even trying to exaggerate. Literally, you will end up in the grave. Okay. And don't matter how it happened. I can shoot you. I can whatever. But I just know myself. You get to a certain point, like, you can't just let people abuse you like that. When you let somebody, like, physically, emotionally, mentally, or whatever, and all of these abuses are different. They all have different scales of what they can do to you, but they're all bad. Like, and sometimes people are doing things unknowingly, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? But when you let somebody, like, hurt you, that eventually begins to reflect upon how you see yourself, right? Like, how you feel about yourself. And at the end of the day, hey, when you was born by yourself. Some of y'all was twins, right? But most of us not twins, right? Most of us did not have a partner in mother's womb. Most of us was born alone, and we gonna die alone, right? Most of us, right? I existed before you was ever in my life. Why would I allow you to harm my existence and to threaten my existence? And that's the way I look at it. When I look at abuse, physical abuse, I look at that as, like, you are physically threatening my life. So I feel you. That would be a deal breaker for me too. Right. So, oh wow, this crazy kind of. So I'm definitely not cool with it. Don't bring demons to me. No more square. Right, and that's another thing too. Like, okay, if you a highly spiritual woman, you can't have no cheating ass nigga anyway. That's another thing. Like that's another thing niggas just don't get. Like they be out here trying to just be with everybody. You can't be with no highly spiritual woman. Be out here a cheating ass nigga. Cause why? Cause she gonna feel it. She gonna dream it. All this shit gonna come up, and she gonna be understanding every bitch you been with. She gonna know their temperament and everything else. Why do I need to be going through different emotional changes? Cause the bitch down the street was fucking with you, and she got mental illness. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like being a spiritual woman, you have to be very, very, very spiritually. You have to be very hygienic with the men that you commune with, because you can literally pick up, like when you are in, when y'all energetically converge and y'all emotional and sexual with each other, you're not just having sex, you are also picking up energy. You are able to pick up, and maybe you don't always do that, right? Like maybe it doesn't always end up being that, but the potential is there. Let's say the person that you have sex with, let's just say let's forget the concept that this person is messing with multiple people. Let's just say it's you and that person, right? You're a spiritual person, you're a spiritual woman, you're spiritually inclined. This nigga got mental illness, right? This nigga got, he bipolar, or maybe he's fucking schizophrenic or some shit like that, right? Which to me, I feel like schizophrenia is actually an undiagnosed or it's an unawareness of some specific spiritual capabilities. But for the purpose of the conversation, let's just, let's tap that out for a second and just, look at it as like some sort of mental illness, right? You and this person have sex together, and you might be able to literally, you picking up on their emotions. You can pick up on all the shit they didn't experience. The thing is, I documented this throughout my relationship. Listen, me and my husband was together for 20 plus years, right? So towards the end, the last maybe decade, I was actually studying this concept anecdotally, obviously, because it's just me and him, right? But I was studying this concept that you can actually pick up the emotions of your partner when you have sex with them. And this is absolutely 100% the truth. If you are empathic, if you are a spiritual woman, if you are sensitive to energy, and you and your person are in emotionally engaging, y'all can literally swap energies with each other. Or you can literally pick up his energy. You can literally understand whatever it is that he's going through. Now, I want to be mindful of this, of saying this. I want y'all to remember that that's not always a bad thing, right? Let's just talk about the fact that sex can be used as a healing method, right? Sex can be used as a healing method. Let's just say you have sex with your partner. Literally, you can pick up on whatever it is that they might be experiencing, going through, so that you can cure it. Maybe it's not conscious. Maybe you're not consciously aware that every time you and your partner have sex, you picked up on their energy, so you know what's going on with them. You go in the kitchen and you start whipping some shit up. Oh, today I just feel like making this. You go whip some shit up, and whatever the fuck you just whipped up is gonna heal your partner, because you put some garlic or some ginger in there, or you put some herbs in there that's gonna address whatever your partner is experiencing right now. You went and made a smoothie in the morning. The next morning, you're going to wake up. You and your person, y'all get together. Your person feeling a little down, a little depressed. You wake up the next morning, you're going to make y'all a chocolate smoothie. Why would you make a chocolate smoothie? Well, chocolate is, the cacao releases dopamine, or specific serotonin, one of those chemicals, right? Which is a happy drug. It's a happy chemical. So now your body releases the happy chemical, and your person, because you and your person connected on a sexual level, you were able to pick that up and go whip up a smoothie for him the next morning that would help him to heal that depression that he'd been dealing with, that he wasn't telling you about. But because he wasn't telling you about it, because he didn't want to talk about his feelings, because men have been taught that, talking about their feelings and this and that and third is not a masculine thing, which is not true. Because how the hell you gonna get it fixed? Right? You done went and whipped up in the kitchen. You done whipped up some shit that make that man feel better the next day. So I'm not looking at it as a completely negative thing. It's something to be mindful of. It's something to be aware of. And being a spiritual woman, you can't be out here with no niggas that's out here just in these streets. Unless you're okay with it. Like I said, this is all preferential shit, right? I just prefer not to. I prefer not to be randomly accosted by other people's energy. I'm cool. I'm cool on that shit. Like, I don't need that. I don't need nobody else's DMs. I'm good. I got my own. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to deal with that. You know what I mean? But I'm an empath, you know, as well as having psychic abilities and things like that. So it's just like, I don't, no, I don't need all that extra unnecessary energy for me. Like, I got my own energy. I got enough energy to deal with just walking by people in the store, just dealing with people in my day-to-day life, just dealing with people when I have to go to events and things like that. That's enough for me. I don't need nothing else. You know what I mean? So I just want you to be mindful of that. So true, I can just be with someone who just be around just anyone or anything other. I'd be cautious of even the spiritual emanation that could come from that, let alone anything else that could as well. Right, and that's what I mean by all of that is to say that, like, you know, it's not for you to feel fearful of being around people, connecting with people, or having, you know, intimacy with people. It's not to cause you fear. It's just to let you know that there's potential there for those things to occur. So be mindful, you know. Like I said, you know, there are the sex industry. It's a valuable industry. I don't if I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When it comes to the sex industry, I don't fault them women for doing what they do, because I know that that industry is there for a reason. Those women are healing some people. Those women are helping some men get through their day. Those women are helping some men not spaz the fuck out every day, right? Like, that's just a fact. And we can not like it, you know, being even listen, I've been a married woman since I got out of high school, right? And my mother was married. My grandparents, my family on both sides get married, right? Like, we from uh I grew up in a system of people that marriage is the outcome. Like, that's a goal, right? So this is coming from somebody who basically understands married culture and marriage culture deeply. But I also still have a respect and an understanding for sex workers. Now, that I ain't said I want you coming to my marriage, bitch. That you goddamn it, right? Just being funny, right? Just a quick little joke. But I don't I don't have a I don't judge them for what they do, because I understand that they have a purpose too. And there are a lot of men out there who go and release with a sex worker, and that sex worker kept him from being a serial killer. You see what I'm saying? Like, him being able to release with that sex worker kept him from being a goddamn serial killer. I'm cool. Keep the streets safe, sis. Right. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I'm not telling y'all this to be fearful of these things. I'm telling you just to be aware. Just for your awareness, you know? And when I became aware of that fact, I started studying it. So what I started doing was, you know, I would like test out theory. So if my husband was feeling a certain way or whatever, I started picking up on the energy and understanding it. I started trying to work through my system, and then I would just like go cold turkey on him for a little while to understand whether or not that was coming from him. And I realized, yeah, it was. So then this is how I knew when they said that when they came out with that statistical data or that report saying that that married men are happier and they live longer, I knew it was the truth. Because your man ejaculates into you, and all of his energy, all of his spiritual energy, whatever it is he's going through, he's put that off into you, right? Now, I do feel like it has a purpose. I really do feel like it is a healing modality as well. So, like, for instance, but this all takes practice, right? All of this stuff takes practice, and it takes you actively working at it. But I feel that you can actually heal your man while y'all are in those environments. And so me and my husband, we got to a point where he was I was picking up on his energy, and I realized it. I realized it was a whole pattern. And then I stopped, and I realized my energy was shifting. And I realized we got back involved, and I realized again, okay, this is a real thing. So I realized it was a real thing, and then I started to learn how to alchemize the situation. I learned how to alchemize while we were engaged in various different scenarios. Then I also learned how to not receive his energy, and how to supersede it based upon the things that I would do during our interactions. So that's, again, I'm telling y'all this so that you can be aware, and so that you can then learn not to be fearful, because at the end of the day, hey, like I said, these sex workers is out here doing a good service. Okay, now obviously married men shouldn't be out here. Listen, don't get married if you don't want to be married. If you want to be out here with sex workers, why you getting married? You know what I mean? Like, why do that? So I get that, but also they doing a service. So just know that. All right, let me see. So ramification. Okay, so I understand your opinion, but a man buying sacral energy from a woman in need don't deserve healing. That's my opinion. Hey, I listen. Okay, I'm not against or for what you just said. I don't agree or disagree. It's a statement that you made, and I understand it. And I heard you, but I heard you loud and clear. Okay, I don't agree or disagree. It's not my business whether or not these people out here doing what they're doing, right? But it's still from observation, right? Because everything I'm doing is just from I'm observing this. I'm observing the energy. I'm observing the information. I'm observing the knowledge, right? And that's the only reason why I'm stating this for y'all. But yeah, like I said, being a spiritual woman, you can't be with nobody that's just doing all this shit unless you're okay with that. Like, if you're okay with that, that's a different story, right? But I ain't okay with it, because like I don't barely like people in my house. What the fuck you mean I want people in my spirit? No, thank you. Get the fuck on. I ain't got time to be dealing with your shit and my shit. You know? But it does open up the gates for me to be able to help people heal also. So, like, for instance, like I said, I literally did this. Whenever my husband and I would be involved, I would be able to understand what he was going through, experiencing, and then I would heal him based upon whatever I knew, whatever I gathered. I would go make food, or go make a smoothie for the next day, or whatever. Just let's go for a walk real quick. Let off some of this steam, or maybe you should quit that job, or maybe you need to look for a new job, whatever. But all of the things, it was information. It was data. That's how I look at it. It's data. It's information. All right. I think I wrapped that up. You asked about adjustments, and I think I cleared it pretty up. I think I'm pretty clear about it. All right, y'all. Let me go and go then. It's been a good conversation. We talked about a lot today on this video. Today on this video, we talked about dreams. We talked about oh my God, what else did we talk about? We talked about so much. We talked about dreams. We talked about the astral realms. We talked about emotions and not feeling them or feeling them, and how that could, impact you. Or talked about intuition and following it or not following. We talked about sexual, spiritual. Hold on. We talked about spiritual contagion through sexual interaction, sexual intimacy. Contagion. Like it's a sickness or an illness. Yeah, we talked about the spirit realm, astral travel, time travel. We talked about that a little bit. We even got into a little bit of all of it, a little cultism talk. Talked about a couple things. And I, may have to come back to this video and take some snippets and share it elsewhere. But I get a lot of knowledge and information through just anecdotal research, my own little hypotheses and testing the theories and things like that, just on my own life and my own life experiences. And yeah. That's a funny thing too. Being sexual, you can pick up on a lot. Like you can learn a lot about people that you are sexual with. You can pick up on their energy. You can pick up on their mannerisms, their habits, all of that. Like so many things that you can pick up on, and learn about a person by being connected with them through the sexuality. So yeah, that's just something to know. Okay, y'all, let me go. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in today. Don't forget to rate, comment, subscribe. I will see you guys on the next video. When that will be, don't really know, but soon though. Happy new moon. It is a new moon today, and I will see y'all next time. Bye. What shall I eat?